fucking hell. Oh, why? Why was that made? Why?
Money.
Why? Okay, not worth it. Oh my god, why? Oh god. Okay, for clarification, if y'all missed, this is my first. I had just finished, literally, because I've had a hell of a morning, hell of a week. Fuck, I've just, it's been hell on earth for like the past, I don't know how many days now. But Jesus, and it didn't stop when I started watching this movie, because this is the first time I'd ever seen this movie. All right.
And
Now
you've
I
not
knew
finished TNG, right?
Oh no, I haven't finished TNG. But
Oh,
I know I've seen enough that I
well,
I'm,
it's
you know.
that means it's going to end better for you then.
Okay.
Like it's going to get better from now on then.
Oh, this was rock bottom. Okay.
Actually, it's not even the worst of the TNG films in my opinion.
Oh no. Oh god, that was hot garbage. Jesus, oof. It started out good. You know what? It started out like, oh, I got the feels. Thank you. You got the themes in there correctly. We're doing
I like the
good.
sequence with the Enterprise B.
Yeah, at the beginning, I was like, yeah, of course they'd have a B. I mean, there had to be between an A, you know, and a D. There had to be, obviously. So I was like,
Well,
oh,
the
what?
C
Okay.
actually appeared
Okay.
in an episode of TNG.
I don't recall that, but it's been like,
Yesterday's Enterprise.
it's been a couple years since I've even, a few, maybe more than that, I've even touched TNG. So I don't recall. I know.
Cancel Eris.
I know. Oh god, it started out good, and you know, I even have a watch, and I was looking at my wrist, even though I was watching this on my fucking laptop, even though I have a TV. I don't know. Anyway, it just right, and it's just, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings. I was just waiting for Kirk to show up. I was like, okay.
Takes a long ass time for him to come back in the movie, doesn't it?
I was like, 2 hours. Okay, we're in.
Yeah, I rewatched this last night, and it's there are some things about the movie I don't mind. I think there's some things that are pretty good, but the story is garbage.
Yeah. By the way, no, I had to watch it. You know what? Actually, it is sort of your fault, because you found the video.
Yeah.
We're gonna EFAP this bitch, or whatever our version of that is gonna be. And we got a video that's claiming it's really good, and so I had to watch it in order to understand their points. I haven't watched their video, considering I just finished watching Generations, which is why I was late. But wow.
Okay, so you literally just finished watching it.
Literally, as I sent you the links to come in, they were doing that, about to go into end credits, fucking, you know, ships going off, you know, the classic end scene, you know, it literally.
But you didn't get the end scene?
What?
You didn't watch the end credit scene where Worf dances the hula?
No, I can't. I don't think that would have improved anything. Actually, I can go back and watch it, but I don't.
No. I'm joking.
I was like, ooh, man. Oh my goodness. Oof.
Okay, so what are your first impressions of the film then?
First impressions, I really liked the beginning sequence. Second impressions, why on earth did you show me an entire TNG episode and then show me Kirk? Like, what is this? Why am I? I was just waiting for him to come back. I was like, well, they would have just tacked that on, right? You know.
Well, and here's the thing: like, if you're going, okay, the classic Star Trek argument of, you know, who's the better captain, Kirk or Picard? If you go off of this movie, it's Kirk hands down.
Yeah, it's laughable. You can't. I'm biased, super biased in that, because like I prefer Kirk's style of command.
Yeah.
over Picard's. And I also have to think of who would I have preferred as a boss. I would have preferred Kirk as a boss than Picard. So like Picard
Yes.
is the guy you're just like he's far more military than Kirk is, even though they are both military. But the way that Picard presents himself is far more in the like what you'd expect a captain of a military vessel to be.
Yeah, Picard is more professional.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he addresses people by their rank, or Mister, Miss,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Crusher to the bridge, instead
Mm-hmm.
of Beverly. It's when very rarely does Picard ever use people's first names, and it's usually when it's like
Mm-hmm.
and it's he's being more casual. He's not he's not trying to be their captain at that point. He's just trying to give them some life advice.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk had nicknames for people. Bones, Scotty.
Yeah.
So Kirk was more personable.
Yeah. So love that. Loved meeting Sulu's daughter. That was amazing.
Oh my.
Yeah, exactly. Like that was amazing. And it did kind of it immediately was like he feels like he missed out. He feels like he missed out on having a family, and you can see that parallel with Picard. But instead of any of that fucking mattering, like any of that mattering, which is beautiful. You know what? I don't even mind the fact that they killed off Kirk. Of course, I have a personal, I'm not happy about it because, I just watched my captain die. I'm not very happy. And the way that he died was not not what he should have done.
Yes, that's the thing. It's not just that they killed off Kirk. It's that it's an afterthought. It's like in Wrath of Khan when Spock dies. That is the climax to the film. It's to save the ship, and it follows the narrative of the story. It fits.
Yeah,
whereas
totally
Kirk. Whereas with Kirk, it's this is Generations is the Kirk dies in that movie. It's an afterthought.
That's what I went into this movie knowing he died because I'm a Trek fan. I've seen the scene. Okay, I've seen it just a picture of it. I haven't even seen the full scene. I've seen a picture of it. Like so I'm familiar with the scene itself. So of course when I see them on the rocky planet, I was like, right. But still, it was like, I've heard complaints about it. It's like, the complaints must be, logically, that people are just upset that he died. I get that totally. I don't like it when characters I like die. But no, it goes deeper than that. It's how he died, and I understand that it's a callback to the fifth Star Trek movie. I am blanking on the name.
Final Frontier.
Yes. Where he says, I know I wasn't going to die today because I wasn't alone, and I know I'm going to die alone. Kind of in a way, it does call back to that. Except for
there's a bald French guy. But
yeah,
okay.
In a way, like, that was a nice callback, and then you're like, oh yeah, Picard's there. So, like, that didn't mean anything. In my mind, I'm trying to rationalize it. Because I try to give people, like, the benefit of the doubt. Until I'm proved wrong, which I was. It's like, oh yeah, never mind. So, what was that about dying? No, okay. Because I just had a feeling, I from just the scene, just seeing the screen, I thought he was alone. And then I was like, oh no, Picard's there. But, oh wow, that just ruins all of that, doesn't it? They couldn't even get that right. They couldn't even, like, do that, even though the death was bad. That would have been nice. Like, yeah, like, he was right. Okay.
Here's the thing. If they had adjusted the scene so that... as convoluted as it is, they clearly wanted to have like a kind of a passing of the torch kind of movie, where so they could have their fan fiction of Kirk meeting Picard.
Oh my God, 2009 Trek did it better. I said it. The passing of the torch was done better in the 2009 Star Trek movie. Controversial take. So there we go.
I will not object that 2009 is a better movie than Star Trek Generations. It is.
No, like, as far as passing of the torch goes, that was how you do it. That was actually really well done in the aspect of passing that torch on to a new generation. Now, the new generation wasn't the new crew. It was my generation, my literal generation, the people who didn't get to experience Star Trek the way other
You
people did.
consarnate kids,
Yeah,
get
yeah.
off my franchise.
Well, it's funny because that it did. Passing the torch, it did because it got me into Star Trek, and
Mhm.
so they did that successfully. Um,
Well,
this
successfully is
movie,
more or less.
hmm,
Successfully is debatable.
as far as getting my age group into Star Trek, I think they did it successfully. Everything else in that movie is up for grabs as far as like what whether it's good or not. But in that regard, yes, they did that well. This movie was again another passing the torch type of movie.
But
No.
if they had somehow rearranged the story so that Kirk's death was kind of how it was with the Enterprise B, but only with the Enterprise D.
Kirk should have been in the movie a lot more.
Yes, and so Kirk dies saving the ship.
Yeah, he should have gone down
That
with the
that
ship.
was that is a much
Him
Kirk's
going
death
down with Star Trek
with the ship is way
yeah,
more satisfying.
with Enterprise D, he should have gone down with the ship. That would have been cool, you know.
And I will hold. I mean, as much as as many problems as I have with the film, that crash sequence still looks amazing.
Oh yeah, no, that was phenomenal.
That was
And
great. So
they
you can just tell with actual models, it has
mhm.
so much more weight than CG. Always will.
Yeah, you can just tell a lot of love went into that scene. So much so that going back to the rock, the rock set was kind of like, oh yeah, oh right, it's just some rocks, my dude. I guess.
Oh yeah, we're here. Right.
Also, I don't know how on earth they managed to
Oh yeah, some Nevada desert. Okay.
not see the giant shit falling from the damn sky. You
It's
know,
a planet. I could understand,
I kind of yeah, but at the same time, it's like really you're gonna tell me that they somehow managed to go on the complete other side of the world, like
Well,
how?
no, because there was daylight in both sides.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
see that doesn't even follow. I even tried again. I'm trying to give them it's science. Look at this science, just science destroying. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Um.
you definitely don't want to look too much into the science in this movie.
Oh no, I'm not. I am.
There's the magical space ribbon that gives you pleasure no matter what.
Yeah, it's
What?
just it's energy. Wow, tongue. Jesus Christ. That drug that makes you yeah.
Ecstasy.
There you go.
There we go. Yes.
That thing. Good lord.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say X-Lax. Like, what?
No, that's basically what it was. It was this energy ecstasy. Wow, I can't say that word, can I? Damn. Okay, I discovered something new today in front of all of these people. Lovely, wonderful. Anyway,
So,
oh,
what did you think of Sauron's plan? Let's wanna go over that real quick.
it was. So I don't know what he was because it passes through, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't just fucking stay. So eventually the ribbon gonna leave your ass. So what's the thing? What do you do next?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like the ribbon just passes through everything, right?
Well, I took it as the ribbon is like a gateway to like this pleasure dimension or whatever.
Well, see, that would be the case if like at the beginning they didn't establish that you were just it was just like glue that you got stuck in. Like the ships didn't pass through anything. They kind of sort of did, but they didn't ever like actually pass through, and they were right on top of it.
It's true.
So, like, if it was a dimension, then it wasn't open enough for anything to really get through.
Well, maybe
Um,
it only affects organic material.
well, then it wouldn't have blown up the ship. Like, it
Well,
wouldn't have affected the
but
ship
yeah,
at
but the
all.
lightning did that, not necessarily the gateway.
Oh, what I'm just saying is like, well, the ship can't feel pleasure unless we're talking about the feminist robot from Solo, and then apparently yes. But we're not touching on that one. So,
Ah,
oh god, someone's gonna make a Millennium Falcon like generation, like Star Trek.
the Millennial Falcon.
Yeah, Millennium. God damn it. Anyway, so eventually that thing's gonna pass through because that's the whole thing. It's just been apparently just aimlessly flying around, just go la 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 la, and we're just now discovering it. I guess it's a bigger quadrant than anyone really thought about ever. Because I feel like this would have been kind of discovered at some point, considering it's traveling. It's not just standing still, which is what a lot of phenomenon are that you meet in Star Trek. Is it's just kind of there, and so they happen upon it. But if something's traveling, you know.
Well, I mean, if you want to be really technical, everything's constantly traveling.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm
Just
everything.
saying.
Shh, 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 shh. Okay. Yes, I know everything's traveling through space, and that space is the third dimension, and the time never mind. Okay, is the second and third dimension, and the time space shit, and gravity gets involved. Which actually, I thought that was kind of smart that the use of gravity. I was like, oh, that's actually science. Oh my goodness, you actually use that appropriately. Because yeah, if you take something out of like gravity, you take a big gravitational pulling object out of the equation, it's going to mess up trajectories of things.
Yes.
So
However,
like, oh, yay!
However, he knows where the thing's going. So why doesn't he just take a ship, beam out in a spacesuit, and then just wait?
It's just not how the movie works.
Well, anytime a ship gets near it gets damaged or destroyed. Well, but he was in a ship, and when he got originally pulled into it, and then he got beamed back. So
yeah, that actually makes total sense.
So it is possible.
Yeah, that actually makes total absolute sense.
So just take a ship and then just fly into it. You were in a ship before when you were in there, so why? Whatever.
Well, also like the fact that it's moving. It's not gonna just stop on the planet. You're gonna experience that feeling as long as you're on that planet because it's passing through. It doesn't stop when it hits organic matter, or else it wouldn't be going anywhere. Because there is organic matter on things that aren't.
No, it took Sauron and Picard because like they were on they were on that hillside. The thing flew by. They then disappeared, and then that's when the planet then got destroyed.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like.
So they were in that ribbon.
Are they? So it just sticks to you like glue?
Apparently.
Is it just? And it just picks up organic matter, and that's it. So are we talking about like all the animals on that planet were also picked up? And man, what a trip that must have been, because they have no idea what's going on. Like, some birds just like, what is going on? I'm tripping out, man. But yeah, no, it's like, so it just picks up organic matter and it just continues going on. Like, why are we not destroying this thing? Because holy shit, that is bad. Which also means, those 230 million people on that pre-industrial planet, they also got picked up. Because it was within the reach, right? Like it spans across a long way.
Did it?
Just in the center? Is it just in the center that people get picked up in? Or is it the whole damn thing? Like, what are we talking about here? Because if it's the whole thing, then, well, all those people got picked up too. And it's just been picking up people. Does it grow? Does it stay the same? 80 years you've been chasing this thing? You've known about it? Other people... Actually, fuck it. The entire... they've actually all known about it. Because they interacted with it on Enterprise B 80 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we just let it go. Also, I like when I started talking about science, like my whole audience went away. It just left.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's funny. All right. I'm not going to stop. Just because, like, this is kind of like a review of the movie on top of, like, actually reviewing this video. it's an experience, having done it for the first time, and I'm gonna get all my thoughts out before we even start the video, because I've never, like I said, never seen it before.
Right, you're
Um,
still processing it.
yes, I'm processing it. So,
So why did Sauron kidnap Geordi?
oh god, I don't even fucking know. That storyline went absolute shit fucking nowhere. So I thought this was clever at first. I was like, oh, they hacked into his visor and they can see shit and they can get these secrets. And I was like, obviously, obviously, these are not the only Klingons that want to defect, right? And take over the Klingon Empire. Again, I
Well,
haven't watched enough
okay,
TNG.
yeah, these are that was the Duras sisters. They're recurring villains.
Okay.
So
Um,
yeah, they've been trying to have launch a coup to take over.
well, so there has to be more than just the people on the ship, right?
Um,
They're not taking over the Klingon Empire with like 7
well,
Klingons.
again, it's one of those plot lines. They've been because like early on, there was the High Chancellor died, and he selected Picard as the arbiter to pick the next High Chancellor, and it was between Gowron and Duras, and the Duras had a huge family, lots of political influence, and Picard ended up going with Gowron, and that kind of caused a Klingon civil war, and
Oh,
then yeah.
when you
And
accidentally cause a Klingon civil war. Oh no.
it happens.
Yeah, it's probably like a weekly occurrence, honestly. Um, it God.
So yeah, but the Duras family had been in the show multiple times, and slow in like each time they're like in a weaker position, basically.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that they're the only ones, right? So my thought is, okay, so if you're gonna stage like a military, you can't do it in like with 7 people. So you have to have other people. So what you're clearly doing is you're recording this vital information of inside a Starfleet ship. Okay, one of their babies.
The flagship.
And yeah, a big like one of their something you're going to go up against in battle. All right, put it that way. And you have access to all of this. You're just going to record him, right? And you could
No, they
all
just want the shield frequency.
yeah, no, that's it. That's all they wanted. They didn't even save it. They didn't, you know, email it back to whoever else is in this coup because again, you're not taking over shit with 7 people. Okay? You're just not doing that shit. I don't care what kind of weapon you have, which by the way, that's gone now because it got exploded. Oh, by the way, his visor that has that hacked in it, which could have frequency that could have been again sent out just in case some shit happens to them because Klingons aren't stupid, okay, which they were depicted as being in this movie. That's frustrating.
Yeah.
That's frustrating. It's like, okay, like what are you so you're telling me that you didn't do that, you didn't send that back, so you just died for literally no reason with this information that could have helped you do at least something.
Well, and here's the thing. It's not just that, because this is one of the frustrating things for me about that whole scene. We have
Yes.
seen repeatedly, okay, repeatedly, that during combat, the Enterprise rotates their shield frequencies.
Oh yeah, didn't even
They
think about
did
that.
that during this battle. If they had just done that, there's no issue.
Yeah. And no, I get that, but at the same
No, he didn't.
time,
No, he
at,
didn't.
at the same time, like I
There's no. Okay.
understand that's what it was implied to have been what the reason. Actually, I'm gonna keep this up there, but Soren wasn't there when any of that happened. He didn't give a shit that happened. All right.
He had no way of knowing at all that the Federation flagship was going, who has their chief of engineering is a blind man who uses a visor, was going to arrive to save him when the Romulans attacked, so that he could then eventually capture said engineer and then hack the visor. There's no way he would have known all that.
Yeah, that seemed like okay, for what it seemed, this is what this movie seemed like. It seemed like um um end credit scenes that were deleted from some Star Trek, or just like a Star Trek movie that never happened, right? Maybe a pilot maybe like one of the original, like a pilot episode idea that for TNG that never happened. Because by the way, that would have been kind of a, if you would have done this movie correctly, it could have been a cool pilot episode. But whatever. I still like the DeForest Kelly introduction because that was like the last time we saw him as Bones. So, soft spot in my heart for that because I love me some Bones. It's just
Well, I mean,
like,
technically, Undiscovered Country is the last time he played McCoy.
okay,
But yeah, in the timeline,
in the
yes.
timeline, we get to see. That's the last time we see Bones in the timeline. Yes, in the most technical sense, he filmed that. Yes. Correct. So that's what that felt like. The Kirk shit felt very out of place. It felt like a TNG episode for a lot of it. Like a very basic shit TNG episode. And then it felt like a bunch of scrapped ideas from the writer's room also managed to get in there, and they filmed it all, and only after they filmed it all did they realize, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. So then they had to like piece things together because there's no reason for the Geordi visor shit, totally dead end. The whole thing about we can stop the fusion in a fucking star and it like explodes. We can just explode stars now for funsies. It's like, oh, that's like a massive, like, that changes the power dynamics of the entire galaxy. I hope y'all know that. No, we're just gonna go by that. Okay, cool.
Well, and this thing, someone wanting to get a weapon that can destroy stars, that is certainly a concern.
With the shockwave that destroys the entire solar system with it and anything that's nearby. That's unimaginable. That makes a photon torpedo look like one of those torpedoes you throw in a damn pool, right? Yeah. It's like, that's nothing compared to that kind of power. That's insane.
It's like having a small pistol going up against the H-bomb. It's just, what's that gonna do?
I'm just, I think I got a shot here, just looking at this giant nuclear warhead. I think I got a shot, or a hydrogen, whatever, this giant weapon of mass destruction that's literally just like a micro, like a chip that you would.
I have a pointy stick.
Yeah, like a computer that you would, computer chip basically. Just like, here you go. Here's how you can basically rule the entire fucking universe. And you know what they do instead of fucking off like proper Klingons probably would have done at that point, because they have like an ace, like a piece of technology that all of Starfleet's enemies are going to like pay out the ass for, which the money you use from that, you can then, take over the Klingon Empire. Again, there you go. There's your plan. You know what you did instead? You just sat there. We're just gonna watch Geordi do everything, including probably going to the bathroom. We're just gonna watch him for however many hours, and we're just gonna chill here. We're not gonna leave, even though we have, all of this information.
And also, okay, they kidnap him, and then, Sauron's like, "Tell me everything you know about trilithium." Why? You've already built the sun-destroying weapon. What more can he tell you?
Why did you steal the dude? Why didn't you steal the robot?
It's like the only reason the Enterprise goes looking for you so hard is because you kidnapped their chief engineer.
Yeah, like literally, you didn't need him. because he had no idea what the hell was going on. Neither one of them did. And so all you had to do was just knock him out and just leave him. Just be like, all right, bye. Yeah, he left, but and then that's it. That's all he had to do. I don't know. I thought that was like, okay, well. Oh, there's just Romulans on that ship. I was like, oh, okay. The Romulans didn't come back looking for anybody?
Apparently not.
Really? The Romulans give that little of a shit about their people? You sure? Because I don't think that's right. I don't think Romulans, don't give a flying fuck about their people.
Apparently not.
Apparently. And also, even if they didn't care about their people, they had shit stolen from them, which is why the Romulans came knocking in the first place.
Yeah,
so
there
wasn't anybody, and they lost their. So, who the Romulans are just going to blame like the Federation probably. So we didn't. That was a dead end conflict. That just didn't go anywhere. Yeah. So.
Okay, so what did you think of the whole Picard finding Kirk and that whole scene?
Okay, that, funnily enough, I thought that was just the Nexus fucking with them. I was like, I didn't think that was real that whole time. I was like, this is just Nexus. This Nexus was like, yeah, you ain't leaving. you think you're leaving? They literally had to rip those people away last time. Okay, so the fact that Nexus was just like, yeah, no, leave, go for it. I don't care. And then it was like, oh no, you're not gonna leave. You're just gonna leave your dream sequence, and you're gonna pop into Kirk's dream sequence, who's
because you can just apparently do that.
Who's just here now? It's
Mm-hmm.
like, wait, hold on. How did he get there? Did he fall? So he shot out into space and managed to not die on the trip to the energy?
Well, I mean, they're still in the energy barrier. I can go with that.
But I'm just saying, like, so he didn't die when he went out in space, which is something you kind of immediately do because of how cold and it's a vacuum, and his uniform isn't even scuffed. Okay,
Starfleet makes those uniforms to last. Okay,
apparently, and that's some high quality shit, guys. Y'all want some high quality
uniform fabric.
You
got space cotton.
Yeah, you gotta go to some you gotta go to Starfleet to get your proper space cotton in order so that you look good when you get blasted out into space. We can't have anything bad happen.
We can't have ugly looking corpses. They need to look their best.
And they go back and they get the bodies and they recycle the uniforms. It's not how. This is how it happens. No, this is not well known in Star Trek.
So like, every red shirt death, there was someone like pulling the uniforms off of them and then like putting them in the laundry.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my god. I really did. I thought that was like, oh, he's just meeting his hero, right? Because obviously Picard would have looked up to Kirk. It's a passing of the torch.
He had never mentioned him, but okay.
Like, right? That's just in my brain, right? I'm just like, obviously, he had to have looked up to him, right? That makes sense because
he probably felt the same way I felt when I met Bill Cosby, and that
maybe not. Maybe not.
I need better heroes, apparently.
Yeah, it was just like, really? I don't. And then, like, the ribbon is just like, the ribbon's just cool. Like, it's just like, yeah, which we didn't establish that it was sentient. Fun fact. It's just joy, and it's just showing you. It's making you trip balls
like inside joy. Oh, that's a creepy thing for you to say when your co-host is on The View. Okay, Whoopi.
Like, really? It's like, oh, that sounds horrifying, actually. That's like, it's like, okay, anyone who's seen the, you know what it reminds me of? Okay, so anyone who's seen Justice League Unlimited, there's that episode where Batman and Wonder Woman go to the fortress where Superman is, and it's his birthday. and they
yeah.
find him there, and he's like, he has this plant sticking out of him, and he's just tripping out. That's what that plant did. Was exactly what the energy thing did. It showed you like not your best memory, but it took like your worst memories and turned them into the alternate way that things could have happened. So when Batman gets it latched onto him, obviously it shows his dad beating up the robber, the guy who came to rob him, um, and so his mom and dad are saved. So because that's obviously that's Bruce Wayne's worst memory, um, and so in my opinion, it's like okay, well that that kind of in a way made me think of that, even though it came after this movie. I think didn't it? When was this movie made?
94.
Yeah, it came after it. It's just God, it was a concept I was already familiar with, so it wasn't like super far fetched. And we've seen some shit in Star Trek. Okay, I haven't even seen all Star Trek, and I've seen some shit. So that wasn't out of the realm of possibility as something. Now, Star Trek, Starfleet just ignoring that, especially since it destroyed ships and killed people. It's kind of weird, you know. Like maybe you put a sticky note on that, you know, and you keep track of it because it like straight up
sign on his back.
yeah, it was like you just kind of killed a bunch of people, and apparently this thing's just been going through.
That's the thing. I don't think it did actually kill them when the ship exploded.
Yeah,
they were pulled into the Nexus.
well, what I'm saying is like
But they don't know.
They don't know that. Like from as far as they're aware of, it killed people, and it's just
including Kirk.
Yeah, including just a small
legend James T. Kirk,
small, not so well known guy called James Hyperius Kirk. Just killed that dude. No biggie, no big deal. By the way, that captain on that ship probably destroyed and traumatized for the rest of his fucking life. Considering his maiden voyage killed his hero. Like just saying, I did like.
When you have Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off as captain.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. See, there you go. That's what Josh was saying earlier.
I pointed that out Auburn times.
Literally said that earlier. Yeah, and that blew my mind. In a weird way, that's kind of funny. That's funny.
Kirk, I part of me likes to think that it was like a mix-up in the memos. I'm like, okay, Kirk must die on the bridge, and the writers went, no problem.
Yeah, it was like, we gotta live up to that. We got it,
the bridge.
Yeah, so times I thought Kirk was gonna fucking pop up. I didn't realize that they were out I forgot about holodecks because it's been that long since I watched Next Generation. So I thought they were actually out in the fucking ocean somewhere. I was like, this is kind of extra for a promotion, but you know what? I'm down with it because I'm down with that level of dramatic. And then of course he said, remove the bridge. I was like, I removed the plank. I was like, all right, yeah, holodecks, fuck. Because I thought Kirk was just gonna fall out of the sky and just land in the ocean. I was like, wait, that would have been funny at least. Or he was gonna be on the observatory. I thought that's where he was gonna end up being on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got very confused about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said I got very confused when I saw Guinan. I was like, why is she on the Enterprise? That's weird. Okay, strange, but all right, cool. I'm down with it. Oh, I also thought he was gonna do the Spock thing from the 2009 Star Trek movie, where like he came out of fucking nowhere and just like out of a cave and saw like the 1701. Just fuck, it's 1701. Fuck, NCC-1701D. Just like screech to a halt and just be like, huh, like a long beard and shit. Just like. I mean, it always comes back to me, right? Like the Enterprise just like literally landed on his doorstep. I thought that's what was gonna happen. And then I realized like, we have a decent amount in this movie. They could probably do that. No, they just went to Kirk's dream ball tripping session.
No, okay, speaking of Kirk's dream there, it was
I
when he
don't
was
believe
riding
it.
the horse and he jumps the little gap there and he
Uh-huh.
realized that he wasn't scared. That's what tipped him off that this is not real.
Yeah, not.
What was that moment for Picard? That's the part I was trying to figure out last night when I was rewatching this. Like, what was Picard's tip that this isn't real?
I mean, Renee being there should have been the first tip. In fact, Guinan even told him. Actually, probably helped to begin with, and he knew it was
No,
coming.
but Guinan shows up after.
No, I mean before
Yeah,
he
before
had
started
talked about that. He kind of interrogated her about it.
a little, but Guinan does not show up in the dream in the Nexus till after Picard realizes that this is not real.
No, but she had told him before about it. Kind of, she knew what to expect when it hit because he knew it was gonna hit. I think that's kind of the whole thing. So I think it's like it's like going into a dream, knowing you're in a dream. You know, like a lucid dream. You kind of have a little bit more control over what's happening rather than just kind of dreaming. You know.
Yes, Captain Spock. I know it was him looking at the Christmas ornaments, but I don't but I don't think it was clear what it was about the Christmas ornament that got him to go, this isn't real.
Yeah, it was like if it would have been something like, okay, so when he was like reminiscing, which by the way, what a fucking weird way to introduce the fact that Picard had this horrible tragedy. That was so like, how did he learn about it? Where was it? He just stared out, like Leia was like, I felt, or fucking Obi Wan.
Well, he got the message he got the message at the holodeck.
Oh, I didn't see that. I must have missed that part. I was just sitting there. He was just
Yeah, they're on the holodeck during
Mhm.
Worf's promotion ceremony.
Yeah.
And he gets a message for Captain Picard, and he goes to the computer to look at it, and that's when he starts to break down at that point, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
It said so in the
yeah, it says so in the novel. But again,
if I have to do homework,
okay. All right,
then it's not in the film.
this is
I
what
need to
should
do homework, so
this is what should have happened. All right, so he should have had a Christmas ornament from his like fucking nephew and whatever and that should have been on the tree, and and it should have had like a picture of Robert or Robert, however the fuck they want to, what French thing they want to do, and Renee, and have them together like on the Christmas ornament, like that family, and then instead have him instead of Robert as a Christmas ornament. That's what should have ticked him off. Not.
I was thinking have his wife be like several past loves, like one of them's Beverly Crusher or one of them's Vosh, women that he's had romance stuff.
Sorry, that's a whole different meaning now. Okay, sorry. As Vosh, a woman is not who I pictured in my mind when you said Vosh.
She appeared in a couple episodes.
All right. Yeah.
So I was just thinking, have a couple of past romances that he's had, and have them like rotate being his wife, so he has like these different what if kind of things happening, and that could be like the thing that kind of tips him off. Or I was trying to think of something.
Yeah, I thought, hey, well, what if he replaced Robert or Robert, whatever the hell, Robert.
By the way, did you see the episode of Family? Because we actually did meet Robert and Renee in the show.
It didn't have enough of an impact on me, if that's the case. I do remember the episode of the flute because I'd seen.
That's not it. That's a different episode.
Okay, well, I'm talking about like I remember that specific episode as like one of the episodes.
Okay, that's the Inner Light.
I don't remember that episode, which I kind of feel like, because I do zero in a little bit more on character study episodes. I feel like I would have remembered that.
This was the episode where Picard is basically recovering from being part of the Borg.
Yeah, I didn't know he became part of the Borg. Oh. Mm-hmm. I didn't know he became part of the Borg.
Oh.
Well,
how much of the show have you seen? This is That's like the
not.
most
It's not.
famous episode of TNG.
I've seen the picture of him being the Borg, so it's not like a spoiler. But I didn't know if that was like real or just, you know.
No, he got assimilated in a two-parter.
Oh, that really sucks. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember how much I've seen. Okay, I'll put it this way. Wesley, last time I remembered, Wesley was basically got kicked off at some point to go somewhere else.
Well, that happened after.
Yeah, that's like one of the only. That's like
That happened after Picard was assimilated.
No, I'm saying like obviously I haven't seen that episode where he got assimilated, but I remember that if that helps my timeline. I can't remember.
Okay. Wesley Wesley leaving the show happened after Picard dealt with that. So you must have seen it then.
Really?
Apparently, yes.
How do I not remember that episode?
This was the end of season 3, beginning of season 4, and Wesley left at the like halfway through season 4.
How the shit did I miss? I would have remembered that. I would have remembered
watching your
that,
phone
right?
while watching the episode.
I was watching it on my phone. I'll have you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Spire. Yes, season 4, episode 2, family. It's Picard dealing with the trauma of being being part of the Borg.
Well, I'm glad that they dealt with the trauma because that would have been pretty fucking traumatizing, honestly.
It's a fantastic episode.
I don't remember it. I have to go back and rewatch it. I do. I have to eventually. I'm gonna watch like all of the Star Trek because I've gotten past that mental barrier. But I've started like 8 shows since I've done that. Stop watching I have like 8 shows I'm watching right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like
it takes a while.
I'm gonna put that on the back burner for right now. It will get done, but
yeah,
not at the moment.
Yeah.
Anyway,
before we got married, my wife had not watched any Star Trek, and we are now almost done. It's we've been married a little over 5 years, and we're almost through the whole thing.
5 years. 5 years it's gonna take me. Probably about that time.
Well, I mean, we haven't been like diligent, like watching it or anything like that. But
dare you have lives, my God.
I know.
We're even real nerds. What is this? Anyway,
I was at a comic book shop earlier today.
Oh my God.
Yes, because they do still exist, even though they're dying out.
Well,
that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. They keep taking them out of my area. So, anyway, generations.
So overall, is there anything else? Any other things you want to talk about?
I'm trying to think about it because there's so much, and I'm trying to fix it in my brain too.
Pod Racing Palpatine, I agree.
God, there's
I'm a TOS person.
Oh yeah, TOS 110% all the way. Yeah. It doesn't have really anything to do with the fact that was like that's the only one I've actually fully watched. I'm sure.
You watch the animated series at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually have the animated series.
So do I.
So I'm trying to think. What did I like? Because I started getting frustrated with all.
Again, I like the Enterprise B sequence.
Yes, the beginning sequence. Beautiful.
With the exception of, he clearly mentions that they're just going around Pluto. They're just doing a quick little trip around the block in our own thing, and yet they get the distress call and they're the only ship in range. Like, wait, but aren't you like in the solar system where the Starfleet's headquarters is?
Yeah,
why aren't there other ships near?
That was weird too. I was like, wait.
But other than that, I know it's a Star Trek trope. They're the only ship in range. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, and the fact that the ship was launched as like a press release basically, so it wasn't fully ready.
Yeah,
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like the fact that because there was a bunch of obviously it was like Tractor Beam. It was like obviously
it's not ready yet.
You don't have one? What do you mean it's delivered on Tuesday? That was great. That whole sequence was great. It's like, all these important things are, and that whole thing was great. The fact that he went to go save the ship, kind of callbacks to
Mhm.
Wrath of Khan, obviously. Um,
I also like that, Captain Cameron, or whatever his name
mhm.
was, telling, okay, Kirk, you have the bridge. I'll go take care of it. And Kirk like briefly sits down in the chair and then goes, "Wait, no, you're the captain. This is your ship."
Yes,
I
and
like that.
actually,
That is a Kirk move. I really respected that.
yeah, because like not everyone would have done that. It's like, hey, you have to respect the fact that yes, you are who you are, but you're not the captain on the ship. So,
Exactly. Yeah, like, he's the captain. This is his ship. He gets command.
hmm And so, it's very, very, it's very also clear like how new this crew was too.
Mhm.
But
And
yeah,
I mean, it was so new. Tuvok didn't even have pointy ears yet.
yeah,
You, you know who Tuvok is, right?
sure, yeah, I know who that is.
Okay. Um,
That's a Vulcan name, all right. So I know I get the reference.
the black guy that
Oh,
was on the ship.
he's is he
He's
Voyager?
Tuvok on Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah, I mean I've seen crew photos, but yeah, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right. Okay, yeah,
he was there.
yes. I like that whole sequence really well done. Um,
And I like the sequence of the ship crashing. I mean, as much
mhm.
as I hated that they destroyed the Enterprise D.
Yeah, it had to happen. It was a Star Trek movie. At some point, you got to destroy the ship.
Yeah, but as much as it hurt me to see the Enterprise D blowed up, that sequence of the saucer section crashing was perfect. I wouldn't have changed a single shot. It was great.
Yep, and they tried to do something similar in Star Trek Beyond, and wow, I'm thinking back on it, and that didn't even come close to how well this one looked. You know, this one looked way better. Just saying. Um,
Star
personally.
Trek Beyond or Star Trek Into Darkness?
Oh, I thought it was. Is it not Beyond? Is Beyond? I thought there was a. Is there not a ship crash? Because that's all I was thinking about.
There's a
Is
ship
Beyond?
that they have to get launched again, and they kind of like shove it off of a mountaintop, and I think it does drag a little bit across
Oh, it
the floor.
is. It is Into Darkness. My bad. It is Into Darkness.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one looked terrible.
Okay. God, forgive me for not getting my JJ movies correct. Oh my god.
Pod Racing
Yeah.
Palpatine, they needed a more cinematic Enterprise, but
Yes. More,
the Enterprise D is more cinematic looking than the Enterprise E was.
well, I mean,
I'm just
also
saying.
more lens flares, obviously.
Well, there's that too.
hmm that would be more cinematic. Just add more lens flares.
Lens flares fixes everything.
It does. It covers up all the CGI fuck ups that you have in the background. uh, oh my god, it's that whole thing was great. That the crashing scene was great. It was just okay. So this is what I would have done: take the damn Klingons out of the entire thing because that whole sequence felt like a waste of my damn time
Yep,
because it
I
didn't
agree. The Duras
go.
sisters were not needed at all.
They weren't needed, and he was a good enough bad guy to stand on his own 2 feet. You didn't need the fucking, and the fact that those were a reoccurring TNG villain just kind of makes me a little angrier. It's insulting. It's very
Mhm.
insulting to that, because they became not even side characters. They were almost comic relief somehow. You know, it was just like that's
Yes.
weird. How did you make these ferocious, power hungry Klingon sisters?
And they were pretty good villains in the show, but there's a difference between a villain working in a show and working in a movie. They're different mediums. So because we had gotten to know them in the show, that's what made them a little like, ooh, the Duras sisters are here. But they're so forgettable. Like you could have replaced them and it wouldn't have changed all that much. They could have just been Sauron's lackeys and you would barely need to change the dialogue.
Yeah. You didn't need. Okay, so this is what you didn't need. You didn't need the Romulans because that actually makes me question why the Romulans are around. You didn't need the Klingons. There's literally no reason for the Klingons to be around. You could have had a low crew, kind of Khan esque, of just other people that agree with him. Um, Possibly people that were also safe in the Enterprise B. That would have been cool to have like a whole ship, kind of a small ship crew of those people
Yes,
who
that
were
that could have worked.
all
That's not a bad
aimed,
idea.
yeah, all aimed at the same goal that they wanted. You take all of that.
Again, because at this point, the Illyrians were refugees because the Borg destroyed their home, so they
Yeah,
were all dealing with that trauma.
yeah. So they would have
That,
stuck
that,
together.
that pain was fresh. So all of them get this, this
Yeah,
they're put into this world where they get paradise, and then they're ripped away from it. It's like,
yeah.
okay, yeah, that's a
And
good idea.
and the fact that
Parents,
Guinan
make that
should have had
movie.
a bigger role too. I have no idea how on earth you didn't give her a bigger role, um, especially given the setup for it. It should have Picard, Guinan, and Picard, Guinan, and Kirk should have been like the three major stars of this show, and that's a powerhouse right there as far as star power. So those should have been your three big people, and then have the villain, um, Soren. I want to say Sauron, but that's not right. That's wrong. um,
There
it's
is only one
yeah.
ring lord of the franchise, Picard.
Yeah. So that could have been how they had it set up, because then you have someone that experienced it with him. She knows the crewmates of the people there. Then you have Kirk, who's also had this experience with the Borg, so he can level with them on that. And you know, the whole thing with the nephew and his brother, that should have been its own TNG episode callback. All right, that should have happened in a TNG episode and have that as a callback. And so it was like all the fans of TNG are just like, oh,
Well, and that's the thing. Like that episode, it ends with such a beautiful shot of Renee, who's just like, I think he's like 10,
mm-hmm.
looking up at the stars. This very hopeful little shot.
Yeah,
And he burned to death. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
yeah. They should have had that death sequence actually be in an episode, so that when his Nexus experience happened, you know,
Mm-hmm.
that was like, oh shit, is that really what's happening at the moment? It's like, oh my god, they're doing that. It's a callback. It's a full on callback, and it further ties the show together with the movie, because this movie just feels hollow and kind of all by itself. And I haven't even finished TNG, and that's how I felt. Um, I don't even know if I'd call it fan fiction.
Okay, I mean, okay. Let me just ask you this: have you seen the final episode of TNG?
No.
Okay, then I won't. I won't spoil it. I will just say that episode is a vastly superior send off to the TNG crew. In
Okay.
hindsight, I would have preferred if they hadn't made any of the TNG movies. They should have just ended with the show.
Yeah. If it was that good, then they probably should have. But money and shit. Um, I didn't like. Let's see. So they should have done away with the Klingons. Get rid of that. Um,
Um,
the whole chip thing, where it's like, oh, this is technology or whatever.
that
Um,
okay. Data's a motion chip. That's another thing we hadn't gone over.
yeah. Just
Again, that is a plot line that was left over from uh another that was a season 4 episode 3 where Data meets um his creator and he gives him an emotion chip.
yeah. Why do I feel like I saw that episode? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, he meets Dr. Noonien soon. And And what was the name of that episode? Is it Reunion? No. Anyway, I'm sure someone in the chat will. Data is annoying as hell with his emotion. I agree entirely. He
I
was, yeah.
I get okay, I get it. It's like for the
It,
first time in your life, you're experiencing emotions. Like that's huge and should have been not the fucking side plot. That should have been its own. That's a whole movie. Okay, that's not a side plot. Because
mm-hmm.
one thing I do know about Data is he's striving to become more human. You know, and the fact also stupid fucking trigger for him wanting to do that is that Beverly's mad at him because he didn't. By the way, I thought that was funny. I did laugh at that when he pushed
So
back.
did I. I always thought that was kind of
And it was
funny.
like, what do you mean it's not funny? And it's even funnier because of what she just told him. And people were like, well, it's not funny. It's like, that's hilarious. I would have been mad. It's like, that's not what I meant, you asshole. Like, that's not but that's funny. And so that felt forced. That literally I could feel it jamming itself into the movie and not fitting. And it was like, okay, is the actor playing Data just tired of being Data, just wants to fucking laugh? Because that's what I'm getting.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Is it Brent? That's the name of the guy.
Brent Spiner.
Yeah, I felt Brent just like wanted to laugh during this movie, and that's why this happened. Because I didn't feel like Data at all. That felt like Brent, not Data. And there's a lot of times where I was looking at his face and I was like, that the facial movements aren't correct either. Like nothing, and this is before the emotion chip got put in. It's like this is all wrong. I don't feel like this is correct. You know, it feels off, and it shouldn't be in here. It should be its own thing, like literally its own movie. It should not be just stuffed in because that's a lot. That's an awfully huge thing to occur and just be pushed off to the side. You have a being who's never experienced emotion in their entire existence. Just like,
well, that's not entirely true. He does experience emotion a few times in the show, but that's
not on the level of actually
no,
having emotion,
not to the point where he can really truly comprehend them.
Yeah, it's not in the way that human beings feel, and especially feel so deeply. It's entirely different than just kind of stumbling across something, right?
Right.
Um, I just think that was pushed aside real hard. That was kind of disappointing because from like a psychological aspect, that's fascinating. I was like, holy hell, like this is not something to be pushed aside at all. Very frustrating in regards to that.
But it ends up being like the secondary plot.
Not even really.
Tertiary, actually.
Yeah, because like the secondary one, I would say like Jordy getting kidnapped became the secondary
But that
thing.
was resolved pretty quickly, though.
Yeah. So
Like,
it's like the first one was
Jordy's kidnapped because he wants to understand trilithium and wants to play with his visor, even though there's no way he already knows about trilithium, and there's no way he could have known he needed the visor.
Mhm. Yeah, it's okay. Oh my god. Oh god, this is I am it's like the more I think about this movie, the worse it gets. I don't even hate that. Um yeah.
Also, something else to be pointed out.
Mm,
The when they finally destroyed the Klingon ship, this
mhm,
is something I caught as a 10-year-old, okay? It did not fool my 10-year-old little brain.
mhm.
When the ship blows up, that's a good model explosion. In fact, that explosion was so good, it was the explosion they used in the previous movie Star Trek 6.
I thought it looked familiar. I was like,
It
I
is the same shot.
I swear I was like, I swear I've seen that shot before. Bird of prey blowing up like that. I've seen
Mhm.
that shot before. And then you think, now that you bring it up, it's like, yeah, yeah, right when,
I caught that as a 10-year-old.
even, it's funny, it's even the same sequence with the people inside, even though it's different people. Oh, look, oh shit, we're screwed. Stare into the camera. Oh no, poof. Yeah.
Yeah, look at those shots side by side. It is the exact same one. They didn't even bother reversing it.
Which I understand being low on money, but
Which they were. That's why they like borrowed half of the DS9 uniforms. That's why like they're all wearing like mismatched uniforms as opposed to the ones they wore on the show for 7 years.
oh, oh,
I'm not sure
okay.
why. I think it was because they didn't want. I think it's because they didn't think the TNG ones were cinematic looking enough, and so they wanted the DS9 ones that were more black, so they were a little more slimming. But the one on Jonathan Frakes didn't even fit. You can see it ends like halfway down his forearm.
Yeah, there was a few moments where I was just kind of like, I was so busy with trying to figure out how any of these, why there was like four dead end plots in this side plots in this movie when there was only should have been just one main focus. That now that I'm thinking about it, and I get if I go actually like a rewind and like look at it again, I'm pretty sure I could pick up on it. But it's just something felt off the whole time, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Um, I think as simple as the coloring.
Oh, Captain Spire brings up an excellent point. They prepared a full spread of photon torpedoes, but then it only fired one.
Holy shit, you're right.
I didn't even catch that.
I didn't even think about that.
I mean, I did catch that when Troy took the helm and they're in the middle of this firefight. The first thing she does is point all the main weapons away from the people firing at them. Good job, Troy.
Oh my god, that's frustrating.
And the other really frustrating thing is like when the Enterprise first shows up, and Sauron's like, yeah, destroy them. They rightfully point out that is a Galaxy class starship. We're no match for them.
Yeah, I mean,
why, even with their shields compromised, why can't they just open fire and destroy them?
yeah, they should have just, hey, shields are compromised, and what they should have done is just do a little sneak attack, like kind of distract them, and then poof, cloak yourself and leave because you have the technology you have on your ship is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That is some
You have no weapon
insane.
to destroy a star. You can now devastate the Klingon Empire, and they will have no choice but to yield to your demands with that kind of power.
Yeah, that's some shit that you're gonna get a lot of power and a lot of money for. Um, that's some galaxy ruling kind of technology.
Yep.
And no, you had this whole side plot with the visor that was unnecessary. But if they were using it to get out, because they're not escaping it, if they cloak themselves and they escape, or they try to escape, it's not going to work. If they compromise their shields and distract the shit out of the Enterprise and then escape, well, that's a little bit different, right?
Right.
It's a lot. It's a lot easier to confuse your enemies and then just disappear, um, than anything else. And they didn't even know that you had that technology on board. I don't think. I think they had like theories and shit, but they didn't even realize how like, oh, literally in my hand, I have the power of the galaxy.
Yeah, that
I
is
don't.
true.
They didn't even know that the visor had been hacked, which really, really, we're in modern day. And by the way, Jordy, why didn't you tell them that they took off your visor and then just returned it to you? And then were so eager to get you back on the ship? Really? You didn't tell them about that? I was waiting for him to say something. But you don't think that's suspicious? Really? You're an officer. And you didn't think that was weird? That they just took your ship from you and they returned it to you just fine? We're just like, yeah, well,
I mean, Eris, I don't know about you, but if someone removes my ability to see and then just gives it back to me after they've had it for like several hours, I'm a little suspicious of them. Maybe that's just me, but
Yeah, that's just to me, that should have been like, "Yeah, y'all need to look into this and see if they did anything," you know? They didn't even enable audio, which is something else I thought was interesting. You know, really? You managed to spy on it, but you didn't, like, leave a
and
bug?
here's the other thing. We've seen there was an episode I think in the first season where they came up with a some link so that Geordi's visor transmitted to the Enterprise so they could see what he sees. And I mean it was just some psychedelic filters. That was pretty much all it was. But that technology has already existed. The Klingons had a much clearer picture than the Federation developed when they were
Yeah.
just looking at this like oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
That makes sense.
I just whew. Oh
So,
my god.
so which of the Star Trek films that are from, actual Star Trek have you seen?
I've seen all of the, TOS movies, um, and this one.
Okay,
That's what
you've
yeah.
seen basically like the first six.
Yeah, I've seen the first 6 multiple
O-
times.
Okay, so where does this one rank in those six?
Oh, this rate's 7. This is 7, I'm not kidding. Um, 2nd one's obviously my favorite.
Wrath of
Um,
Khan.
and
Yep,
and
I agree.
then 4, I like a lot too, um, and then it gets a little it depends on my emotions, I guess, and how I'm feeling 'cause it gets a little meh. I think the motion picture is the weakest of them all.
The
Um,
motion picture, I think, would have been better served if it feels like it's a two-parter episode as opposed to a movie.
yeah. Yeah, 'cause I like how they kind of introduced everything.
Mhm.
I like how they, I like seeing everyone back on board, and how they're acting and whatnot, and that was good. That was good for me. That was good. That was good to my heart. Um, Spot kinda just acted like how to put this? Spot just kinda pissed me off a lot during the movie. Just it seemed like he was being a little bitch. I don't know how else to put it. It really made me mad. I hated how he
Well,
was
that movie had a lot of behind the
Mhm.
scenes issues.
Yeah.
Um, Look, basically, Leonard Nimoy was doing this to help settle a lawsuit.
Yeah, his heart was not in this, and
No, it
I did
wasn't. It's okay.
not like God, I did not like the fact that he was like, "Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of my emotions, blah, 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 blah." I was like, "Oh, really? You sure? Are you sure about that?" I wasn't getting that impression, that you actually wanted to get rid I don't know. I think that would upset mama. I don't think you actually would do that. She'd
Mm.
find that very insulting that you're getting rid of her half. You know? I don't know if you'd actually do that. If we had seen, like, a crisis of faith, and, like, actually kind of him going through some shit, but no, it's, like, kind of our introduction to his older character is, like, just,
Yeah, and then also at the same time, like trying to disguise the fact that everyone else had aged, in the 10 years since the show, and it's like, but they're clearly older, but they're not acting it. Whereas in Star Trek Two, they actually make their age like part of the plot.
yeah, that was much
Like it's
better.
actually like aging is actually one of the themes of the movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Um,
So of those seven films, you have Generations as seven.
yeah,
Okay.
I'd say 1 would be 6. Um,
Okay. Of
3,
those seven, I would probably go with five as the worst because it's just Shatner's ego.
I like 5. I do. I like 5. Um, I like yeah. So it'd be 2 for 3. I think I would do 3 because, like, God, the emotions when I saw that, like, immediately after the 2. Um,
I would probably be 2, 6, the last one
mm,
with them. Then 4. Uh, 3. Yeah, probably 3. Then the slow motion picture, Generations, and then Final Frontier.
I like Final Frontier a lot more than that. Maybe I would put that I don't know, 6, I really like things about both of those movies, 6 and 5. See, it's like 1 just doesn't even when my dad initially was getting me to watch these, um, we didn't watch the first one. We didn't watch the picture, and I was like, "Well," I have OCD, and I was like, "Dad, we have to watch 1 first," and he was like,
No, you
"No,
don't. No, you
no,
don't.
no, you'll thank me later. We're gonna watch 2 first." And it's like, "Trust me. No, no, I'm serious.
There's
You
a
go
reason
back and
it's
watch
called the
it."
slow motion picture.
And I was like, "You can watch it after, like I should, but no, we're watching this one first." I was like, "Okay."
No, and that's fair.
Oh, yeah.
So the slow motion picture is probably the one Star Trek movie that you don't need to have seen anything. You don't need any of the other films. I think it's like it is the most standalone.
Yeah, it is, and I would have to say if I would only even watch it for the character study of Spock that's kind of in there, kinda just shoved in there, you know? Like I said, he's very annoying in there, but it's kind of interesting because you're wondering, okay, well, in the last episode of TOS, and depending on whether you count the animated series as seasons quote unquote 4 and 5 of the 5-year mission.
I do.
Okay, so do I. So like from the end of that series, like it's a totally different person. And it's
Yeah,
very like, how did he get there? If we're approaching it that way, it's interesting. But as just a Star Trek movie, like I love the fact that Bones is like the biggest, grumpiest old man to ever grumpy old man in the entire universe.
and he
Because
had such a dated look on him.
it's so Bones, it's beautiful. It's like he would only have progressed in grumpiness as his age progressed, right? Because that's just who Bones is,
Yes,
you know? That's just who he is.
I've been drafted.
He's just like, "Oh, god damn it. Do it, people. Fine, I'm back, assholes." Like, he's so just
He's
cantankerous,
got
and
like the '70s medallion and
oh, yeah, no, like, let me tell you something. Having watched that in, like, n whatever, it was, like, 2011 or 10 or 11 when I watched it. Oh, well, wow. Like, "Oh, why? What is this look?"
yeah.
It's like, "Oh, right, when this movie was filmed. Oh,
It's
right."
a very, very dated look.
Like, I feel like every time, like, we progress 10 years in the future, we look back and we're like, "What were we doing? What were we doing? I don't know what we were doing." Um, God, it's, oof. Oh, with the as far as, like, special effects go for the time period, impressive.
Well, and that's actually one of the issues. They had a lot of problems with the special effects. So they had to like go back and like get them redone, which is why they didn't have budget for other issues.
Mhm.
Then they got the film when they got the effect shots back, they didn't have time to like really edit them. So they kind of had to just stick them in, and that's why those shots go on forever because they barely had time to actually edit the movie together before it got released.
Oh, that and we've always every time that a movie has been thrown together last minute, it always turns out good, right, Rise Skywalker?
Yeah, the director's cut, I believe, is shorter than the theatrical version.
Oh. That's unusual. It's usually longer, but at least 15 minutes. That's really unusual, huh?
Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure the director's cut is shorter.
That's really unusual because usually they are like, okay, well, stupid studio started meddling, and so here's all this other shit that should have been in the movie, but they, cut it for some reason. That's usually what the director's cut is. Is it, hey, this is my version of my movie, not their version, my version. Um, and usually director cuts are better. There are some exceptions. Ghostbusters 2016 is an exception to that rule. But, have you seen the EFAP of that? Good lord.
I have not. I did see the movie, but I didn't even know there was a Paul
Yeah.
Feig. I don't want
Uh,
their Paul Feig cut.
there's
Unless his wrists, but
this
whatever.
is this is not like the 6-hour one. This is just the extended edition. So it's not even technically the real extended edition.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like 20 minutes more of unfunniness, for some reason.
Oh joy.
Yeah, that's what their reaction was too. But it's just, God, Generations not. I was not a fan of that. And funnily enough, has nothing to do with the fact that Kirk died because it has to do with everything else that happened
Yeah,
before.
because
I didn't.
Kirk's death is an afterthought, and that's the biggest problem. That's why people have an issue with Kirk's death. It's not that Kirk died in the movie.
Yeah,
It's that a hollow death.
yeah. It wasn't. It wasn't even. God, Shatner wasn't even Shatnering correctly. In that death sequence, right? He wasn't. We weren't even getting like the real full Shatner. Um, it just felt like the whole movie. It was like you could see it in his eyes. It was like
Mhm.
I don't I don't wanna. That
Yeah.
it just the whole movie. You could just tell, and it came out a little bit in
Yeah.
Kirk.
A couple years ago, I met Shatner at a convention,
Love
and I was able to get into the Q&A line during his panel, and I asked him if they had given you creative control of how you wanted Kirk to die, how would you have done it? The very first thing he said was not do it. He would not have done it.
Yeah, either don't have it be off screen, right?
Mhm.
Or have him actually go down with the ship.
And yeah, and that was the answer he gave. That was a little more expanded. It was
Yeah.
he thinks Kirk should have had a more noble and heroic death
Yeah.
than he had to help some bald guy he met 5 minutes ago stop a star from exploding to save a people that we've never seen before.
Yeah, that we have no emotional attachment to, nothing. Um, it's just we didn't even try to stop the ribbon. Just kind of by the way, fun fact guys, it's still going. Not ribbon, it's still going. It's not stopping. They had 80 years to figure out some shit to do with it. They didn't do anything with it. And it's still going.
And
You know,
again, and they said it travels through like every 39 years.
oh, I
So
mean,
they know the path this thing travels.
I didn't. I guess I didn't catch that little detail,
Yeah,
which makes it worse, actually.
it said that it travels through this part of the galaxy every 39 years.
Oh my god, that means it's already been through once before.
So they know where this thing is going. They have it's like Halley's comet. It's in some orbit.
Oh god.
So
Oh,
they know where it's going.
it's already
Why
repassed
not just
through.
at the very least put out an alert? Don't use these travel routes during this time because the space ribbon of orgasms is coming through.
Right, here it is. It's gonna just give you joy and, whatever. You know what? They should have had a cult start building around it, right? That should have been that ship is a cult. There you go. I give you an added idea, right?
Yeah.
And they should have had Guinan trying to get Guinan to come back on, kind of thing, because she experienced it, and so she has a connection to it, which we just forgot during that movie. until it was convenient for us.
Right.
That was stupid. Um, yeah, didn't need the Klingons, didn't need the Romulans, you know? Oh, he's just building this thing to get back to this other thing? Okay, I didn't need to, I don't know what the fuck tithium, whatever the hell,
Trilithium.
whatever the hell, it didn't matter,
No, it doesn't.
so, it doesn't matter in the movie, doesn't matter how I pronounce it, um, it doesn't, it just didn't matter, and it seemed so important, and it didn't matter at all. So Romulans, go away. Triathlum, I don't care about that. Um, uh, Klingons, gone. We don't need any of that nonsense. Kirk should have been in there basically right after the promotion. He should have had something or another to um, something or another to do with, or they could have had the trilithium. He was just stealing it off the station when ship went down, and Shatner somehow appeared on the station, and so they saved him. And they're just like, "Oh shit, this is it's kind of a big find here. We kind of found Kirk, who's supposed to be dead. Like he's just on this."
Yeah, and you could have had it. Okay, I understand that they needed to get the Enterprise D set struck because Voyager was getting ready to go in production, and they used the same soundstage, so they needed those sets gone.
Yeah.
So you're tearing them down.
Mhm.
You're doing a big motion movie. Why not destroy the ship? Okay, I get it. But then have Kirk be, have it be Kirk is the one that decide. Kirk is like a fish out of water. He gets transported in time, and he's like a fish out of water. And there's a catastrophe that's happening, and Picard is going to make the change, and then like Kirk like uses a hypo spray and knocks him out, and goes, I'm a man out of time. You still have a crew to man. I'll take care of it."
Yeah.
And that way you have Kirk sacrificing himself with the destruction of the Enterprise.
Yes, and then you have a meaningful death that we all could have got behind and cried our hearts out together for.
Because we could have seen the ship we love going out with the captain we love.
Mm-hmm.
But no.
No. And no, we didn't need any of that. We didn't get anything meaningful. Fuck meaningful deaths. We don't need any of that. We don't need a legend to die in a proper, meaningful way. What is Wrath of Khan? I've never heard of that before. So disappointing. Oh my god.
Is there anything else you want to say about the movie before we load up the video?
I don't know. I don't know. At the current, this very moment, no. That might change because
Yeah. How long is this guy's video? I forget.
it's half an hour.
Half an hour.
That's
Okay.
nothing. That's nothing. That's
Okay.
all right. Yeah, I had to make sure too. I was like, please don't be long, man. Fucking 2-hour video. Oh, 30 minutes. Okay, I'm fine. You know. Anyway. So, chat. Yes, this turned into an hour and a half before we started the video. Oh my god, we did it. We did the thing where we talked for like an hour and a half before we actually started the subject matter that, oh no, technically we've been on subject. But we started before we started the thing that we're gonna cover, we took an hour and a half to talk about it. Yay! We did it. We're official streamers now.
Yay! We did it.
We did it, guys. We're official streamers. Yes. We're official longmans. Or wait, long man and long woman.
Well, I'm a fox, but
Long fox. Long apple?
long apple.
I feel like that's a different fruit. Just a long apple.
Isn't that what a pear is? Just a long apple?
How dare you insult apples by calling them, oh my goodness. You know, I ate so many pears when I was younger, thanks to that stupid prequel scene in Attack of the wow. Yeah, where Attack of the Clones, or I totally just brain is short circuiting in like the most unfortunate areas. And when he sends it over, I always thought that was cool. Like, and for some reason, I always liked how like she bit into it and shit, and so I ate so many pears when I was younger, and now I literally I can't eat pears because I overate them so much. So,
I was never a fan of pears, so it doesn't affect me at all.
yeah. Still to this day, I kind of have that, you know, I want a pear when I think of that scene. I don't know why. We talk about some weird like subliminal messaging, making me want fruit when I
It
watch
was
that
George
movie.
Lucas's attempt at like spinach from Popeye.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's what it was. He was in because like when Popeye debuted, spinach sales went up because kids were eating their spinach because they wanted to be strong like Popeye. So obviously, George Lucas wanted to help the pear industry. I think that's what it was.
Oh my goodness.
You can quote me on that.
I shall quote you on that. Oh, you know.
Okay, well, before we get going, I ran out of water, so I will
How
be right back.
dare you? Run out of water.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
All right. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, yes, it is. It is. And I didn't greet you, lovely chat people. So hello, hello, chat. I just like literally came off of watching Generations for the first time. Um, I had to talk about it immediately. Um, it was so much. There was so much. I'm probably gonna think about it. Um, about halfway into this video, I'm gonna think of some other things. For 2 minutes, I don't know. I mean, we kind of stayed on subject, kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit, just smidgen. Uh, we stayed on subject. Yeah, but yep. Hello, hello, chat. Hello, everyone. And I have some new subscribers too. So hello, all new subscribers, and hello, older subscribers. Oh my goodness, we can't forget y'all. I've been talking so much, and apparently having not been talking a whole lot lately, my throat is dry, so I'm probably gonna have to take a break at some point and refill my water bottle because it's like halfway done. So, yeah. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Ah, oh my god. You know, I did know, like I said, I knew about that scene before. I never actually like I watched the movie, I knew about it, and I didn't know which one it came from, but I knew that I didn't ever want to watch that movie. Is one where Kirk died, where I had to sit through and actually like watch him die. Um, surprise! Yeah, I willingly did it. I didn't have to do it. I willingly did it.
What did you willingly do?
Watch Generations. I didn't know which movie Kirk died in, but I never ever wanted to watch that Star Trek movie. And then
And then I sent you. Oh,
Fate's cool. I didn't know it was Generations. I knew. I couldn't remember it, but it's like the second you see that rock formation, or you see no, it's like the second you realize Kirk's in the movie, you're just like, oh yeah,
yeah.
this is the one he's gonna die in, you know? Whatever. There we go. All right, so you're in the watch together.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I haven't checked it. Let's see. La, 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 la. See, that's a problem that I didn't. I didn't even flinch. It was just like, uh-huh.
I don't know if I cried. I was definitely sad.
Agreed. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
I
true.
completely
Yeah,
agree with that.
I agree with that. Now, Spock dies in Wrath of Khan. Oh yeah, anytime I watch that damn movie, I will cry at that scene.
Yes, and see, and that's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Spock's death was meaningful. It was in character. It pushed the narrative of the story. And if Leonard Nimoy had decided to stick to his guns and not come back, I don't think Star Trek fans would have had much of a problem with it. Because that is like, okay, and that's the death of Spock. I think people would have been fine with it.
Yep. I mean, it destroyed me. Honestly, that's how it got me hooked into Star Trek. Was that movie? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, geez, like God, it killed me.
Oh, because it's so good.
That hurt my soul.
It's so good. I mean, and also the whole right after the funeral, Kirk is in his office and he's reading his book, and then he puts the glasses down and they're shattered. What has helped him see clearly is now lost to him. It's a beautiful metaphor.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice that. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. Damn it! I'm gonna have to rewatch it. First, I'm gonna have to like hydrate myself and then get tissues and then watch it because I can't watch it. Okay, so I'm
The
gonna get
movie is so good. There's so much to it. It's so meaningful. It's pretty there's so much depth to its themes and its imagery. It's like there's no wasted shot.
the themes. My themes. Oh my god.
My themes.
The themes are good. Oh no. All right, so watch together.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to share audio this time.
Yes. There we go.
I'm going to move this tab over here. So, all right. No. There we go. See, I'm working with a single screen. So, like on my laptop, I don't have two screens, which makes doing things like this a little difficult.
Understandable.
So, I don't know anything about this guy, Renegade Cut. I don't know anything about him.
Neither do I.
But yep. So, I'm just curious, having just watched this movie, why he thinks it's good. So,
all right.
Yep. I'm curious. Maybe I will be convinced. We don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will. Stranger things have happened. So
this is true.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to press play. Or not. I'm not going to press play. Okay, apparently that's how we have to do it. Oh.
On May 23rd, 1994, Star Trek The Next Generation aired its series finale, All Good Things. The two-part episode featured Captain Jean-Luc Picard operating within 3 different points in time,
okay, yes,
present and the future, all while attempting to solve a conundrum that would wipe out human civilization.
Spoilers.
It's time to
oh yeah. Sorry about that.
through the stars.
Critically and commercially well received, All Good Things put an end to the television series that pushed the Star Trek franchise beyond its original series and subsequent movies. But that was not the end for the crew of the Enterprise D.
It should have been.
Later that same year, on November 18th, 1994, a little under 6 months after the series finale, Star Trek The Next Generation had its first major motion picture, Star Trek Generations.
Yes.
The movie was marketed on fan service more than being an epic adventure. The fan service in question was the meeting between Captain Picard and Captain James T. Kirk.
Fair enough.
The tagline on the poster was, 2 captains, 1 destiny. Paramount wanted Star Trek fans excited about that. The movie itself was immaterial. It was the fan service that was the hook. The Next Generation gave us episodes with McCoy, was 2 captains, 1 destiny.
Okay. I tried to
Paramount wanted
pause
Star
and
Trek
it wouldn't let me pause.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. And I forgot my point. But I was gonna say that was a good point, actually. If that's how they marketed it.
I was 10, so I don't really remember the marketing, but I remember kind of geeking out at the fan service, but I was also 10 when this movie came out.
And I wasn't alive in 1994. So I don't have no context for this.
Okay, so I guess we can move on.
Yeah, I mean, I thought if that's true, if the marketing was just, hey, look, guys, look at this. We did the thing. The thing you did. Yes, look, we did thing. We did that thing. That specific thing. You know what thing? It's like, oh, I mean, they did the thing. They didn't do it well, but they did the thing. I'm pretty sure there's fan fictions out there that actually did the thing correctly.
fans excited about that.
Mhm.
The movie itself was immaterial. It was the fan service that was the hook. The Next Generation gave us
There
episodes
it
with
is.
McCoy,
Yeah.
Spock, and Scotty, but not
Mhm.
Kirk.
Yeah.
Now all those nerds on Usenet would have something to look forward to
Hey.
besides a lifetime of
Hey.
virginity.
Hey.
Generations
Hey.
was a box office
Hey. 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 Hey.
Yeah, okay, a bit condescending.
Yeah, he's married, by the way.
Oh.
Just literally, he's over here saying like, not you, not renegade you. It's like, I think the whole point just gets defeated by the fact that you're married.
Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
All right. So, nerd who is married.
Isn't there a channel called Nerd Erotic that he's frequently mentioned his wife?
I think he's also isn't he the dude with the comic book store? I could be wrong.
He used to own a comic book store?
I know it's a little known secret.
Wow.
But yeah, I think so. I think you might be onto something. I'm not
Okay.
100% sure about that.
Okay,
But,
I won't tell anyone.
oh wow, that's a decent box office.
For 94, yeah. Yeah, it
Mhm.
is. Oh yeah, the movie was a financial success.
Well done. Oh well, it completed its purpose. Well done. You did it. Yay! You made money, which was apparently the only point to this. Excellent. Anyway.
success, raking in over $118 million worldwide against a $35 million budget. Critical and fan response, however, was mixed. Critics were evenly divided, and Star Trek fans who bought tickets
Oh
on the
look,
promise
people
of
who
some
care about
big
Star
team
Trek.
up
What
or
is
battle
this?
between Picard and Kirk were disappointed to find that the two captains don't share the screen together until 1 hour and 29 minutes into the
Yep.
movie,
Oh yeah,
and
no.
that Kirk dies less than 20 minutes later.
Yep. No, I'm
Trek
fully
fans
aware of
were
that.
also furious about what Trek fans often love to gripe about: minutia.
Why does the bridge look all well lit, like a movie?
Whoa, whoa! Hold on there, Bucko. I gotta stop you.
Now we're getting into the condescension.
Hold on a second. Okay, sweetie, honey, darling. Have you ever watched TOS? It is well lit. Now, is this lit better? Yes. Why? Well, there's this fun thing called money. And when you throw more money at something, there's generally speaking, it has a tendency to look better.
Just a bit, yeah. And also,
And that's spending it well.
cameras had advanced, sound equipment had advanced, so
The aspect ratio of
the quality of film had gotten better.
Yeah,
So you can adapt to, these cameras are capable of doing this shot when a low budget 60s TV show couldn't do it.
it was
That's how it
it was hilariously low budget. Okay, it was like the lowest budgeted TV show of its time. It was so hilariously low budget.
I disagree with that. The bridge of the Enterprise looks a lot better constructed than the bridge on the original TARDIS.
Okay, that's true. Fair enough. But when I'm thinking about that, like I'm thinking for like that. How to put this? It's a joke. It was so low budget. It's basically put it that way. So I'll retract my earlier statement. It's a joke how low budget it was.
Yeah. And Pod Racing Palpatine brings up a good point. When you have lighting like this, it helps illustrate the people in front. That lighting is a lighting technique. It didn't look that way on the show because it's a TV show. This is a movie. They have a bigger budget. The lighting, yes, I know some fans have complained about the lighting, but I'm not one of those, so therefore you can't use that argument with me.
Well, I'll take that a step further. Of this movie, the lighting is not even something I noticed as being a problem. Okay, there's a lot more. We got a lot more problems to deal with this.
Yes.
You have the Klingon dead end plot point. The visor spying plot point dead. Trillium plot point dead. Romulan plot point dead. All of those plot points, and I was just naming it off the top of my head. Even at the end of the movie, the energy, pleasure energy thing that just travels around the Nexus, yeah, that plot point isn't even mentioned. It's gone. Like, it's not even something that's thought about. It's like that last, scenes of the movie.
Right.
It's this big destructive force that is disappearing people and destroying things. That they know the trajectory of, and they can trace it, and they're not even concerned about that. They don't even mention it. It's not even anywhere to be found at the end of the movie after Kirk dies. So I guess that's number 5. Nothing mattered. None of that mattered. Apparently. And they very easily traveled through time also. I would like also that to be very, very casually, very easily traveled through time, and it just worked out. So, anyway, the lighting, funnily enough, I'm actually going to compliment it because I like how it looks. It's well done. It's good cinematography. It is not what it looks like in the show. That is forgiven because it is a movie. There's a bigger budget. It's not also saying that just because you have more money to spend means that it automatically is going to be a better product. We have seen tons of multi-million-dollar movies that are
terrible and shit.
Crap. Okay, they don't even look good. They don't even look good. You know. So it's money that needs to be spent correctly. So in this case, they gave the lighting department an upgrade on the bridge of the ship, which I don't mind because this is a this is a really this is a good shot. It is. It's good. Lit. It's
distracting that they're in those uniforms when they are having issues with the uniforms. Like, why not spend that money on just more cinematic uniforms for the crew instead of making these things? But okay.
Yeah, I also like the idea that there's a huge costume department somewhere on the Enterprise because those are not holodeck things. There's like a whole costume department. So whenever they want to go in the holodeck, they have to go to the costume department to dress up on all these things on, and they're all sized and tailored. So that idea is something beautiful that I don't think gets talked about enough in TNG. Because there's multiple episodes where the holodeck is just.
I need to see the seamstress to make me some pantaloons. Make it so.
Yeah, if it was just all holodeck, it was like, okay, like, it appears over your clothes that you already have. Like, okay, whatever. No, this is like
we consistently see they wear clothes into the holodeck.
Exactly. Like whenever they do the Sherlock and Holmes thing, Geordi and Data, like they're walking to the holodeck dressed up. So
I know it's just funnier that way.
It is way funnier, Colin, it is way funnier to think that there's like a whole section of the Enterprise dedicated to costuming for your holodeck adventures. Okay, and someone made that and tailored it. So like every crew member has like a dedicated closet inside of this costume department. Like that, and they have to plan this shit out. So it's like, hey, so like in 3 weeks, I'm gonna use the holodeck because they schedule that shit. I'm gonna use the holodeck for some kind of whatever.
The holodeck is used for freaky sex.
That too. I guess I wasn't going that direction, but you made me go in that direction. So I'm going.
I brought it there, yes.
So yeah, I want all of this fun stuff. I'm gonna just glaze over that. And call it fun stuff. Like, okay, so they have to. Like, I like the idea of like someone on there that like sews it. Yes, I understand. There's replicators, but that's not nearly as funny as like a seamstress just chilling in the costume department. Anyway,
what size do you need it in?
Yeah, Starfleet the Enterprise's costume department, literally. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. See, that's funny shit. That's funny. Archer, how the quarterback. I have no idea.
I mean, they did wear those clothes. Yeah, because they didn't really have replicators, so I guess they did have some quartermaster.
Well, there's also like the fact in Doctor Who where there's obviously a costume department in the TARDIS because, you know.
I'm willing to accept that the Doctor has just collected that many clothes
Oh yeah,
over,
me too.
over how long he's been alive.
So the Enterprise is way funnier to have like a costume department. Let's see. I want to go back just a smidgen.
Okay.
All right, let's roll. Let's do this.
What Trek fans often love to gripe about. Minutia.
Why does the bridge look all well lit, like a movie? Why does Captain Picard want children all of the sudden?
That's not an all of a sudden thing.
Okay, well, no, because that actually is explained in the film. Picard, it's Picard's emotional journey in this film. Because he just lost his brother and his nephew. The Picard line now ends with him.
Yeah, so now he's basically having kind of midlife crisis.
Yes,
not really midlife crisis, but he's like, oh shit. So
keep in mind, Picard is older than Patrick Stewart. So Patrick Stewart was like in his early 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Picard is like in his mid 60s now.
Yeah, so it's gonna be difficult to find someone to settle down with when you're like in your 60s
and have children.
And yes, so fun thing about the female reproductive system,
down.
It eventually kind of closes up shop. So the guys don't. Guys kind of it's a slower progress. It's just women's shop literally closes up and doesn't open ever again. So like he'd have to go with someone much younger than him in order, and unless they have some future. This is not something they discuss, but I don't know why they discuss it. Some future reproductive, thing where they kind of found some way to make it longer. I mean, they're living longer because they've evolved at that point.
I'm willing to accept that it's Picard in his 60s is like middle-aged because we know McCoy's still around and he's getting up there. He's like 137, I think is what they said in Accounting PowerPoint.
Yeah, I don't.
So So if we're living longer, then theoretically, the systems, the human body systems are shutting down at later ages, but he's still getting up there.
Yep. He's literally having a midlife crisis where he went from, oh, my brother's got this covered.
Also dealing with the tragedy of his brother and nephew are gone.
Yeah, his brother and nephew are gone, and then on top of that loss,
a horrible way to die.
Yeah, so on top of that, which they just skirt right past that, yeah, they just burned. So bye. It's like, oh, okay, that's it. No, we're not going to connect that cleverly back here. No, okay. Sure, movie. That's not how you do that, but sure, movie. Whatever.
Yes. And Chris Berger brought up a good point. Picard's attitude towards children got better as the show went on.
Yeah. It wasn't like he didn't want kids. He just never thought he could live his life the way that he wanted it without thinking about that because his brother had it covered. And he was very proud of his family line and wanted to see that continued. His brother and nephew being wiped out like that has now made it so that he's the only one that can do that. And he's like, I now am going to have to make a hard decision of whether or not I want to actually continue on this thing that I'm so proud about or continue with my, which funnily enough, Kirk's death at the end completely fucks that whole thing up because he's literally like, never retire, never ever go, never do it, never retire. But it's like, he's going to have to retire if he wants to start that family.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was foreshadowed earlier in the film because you had Kirk going through the same thing.
Yeah.
Demora Sulu, and he's like, when did Sulu have time to have a family? And he's like, well, he made the time.
Yeah, and so, well, maybe he didn't have to retire, but it's like he's gonna have to like, okay, if
Take
he
a
had,
step back from being, the captain of the Enterprise.
yeah, he's not gonna be able to hold the position he does now. And
Mhm.
so it's like, well, then Kirk telling him that, which that's gonna fuck with your mind a little bit. It's like continue doing what you want to do, never do what I do. Which Kirk did the decision that Picard would probably end up regretting. You know, Picard now has to continue the family line. That's what he sees, but he also wants to do this thing. And Kirk literally told him, "Hey, I want you to do the thing that I regret doing for some reason," because he obviously regrets not asking that woman to marry him and
Mhm.
start a family of his own, which is why he dreamed of it or
Which is
whatever he
something
was
should have
doing.
been Carol, not this woman we never heard before.
Yeah,
It should have been
he,
Carol Marcus.
it should have been. It should have been that and start this family and whatever. But it's like, no, he just told him, yeah, don't retire, don't ever quit, whatever.
Don't let them
That's fine.
promote you. Don't let them take you out of that chair.
Yeah, but it's like, well, that's like totally opposite of what he was what he got in his dream.
I know.
'Cause what he got in the dream was very similar to what Picard got. You know, it was, and then he's just like, yeah, no, don't do that thing that I wanted. Clearly, that you saw.
Now, okay, so he's bringing up these points as doing the completely nerdy voice. So I guess where do you think he's going with this? Because I mean, we just discussed why it is actually set up. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean that these were good story elements to have in your film.
not in the same movie. These were good story elements, just not something I would have done all at once. What I would have done is I probably would have had Kirk and Picard, you know, kind of bond over this mutual kind of experience of yearning for something, yet feeling it's your duty to stay, and then kind of the fallout of that. If that's the main story they should have followed with, because that's what was set up from the very beginning. They didn't do that. They gave us 20 other things to look at that I don't know why they did. Um, this was a plot that really could have carried this movie throughout the whole thing because it's
But
very
it just
powerful.
meanders.
But yeah, it keeps dropping off the cliff for some reason, even though they have a solid road to follow.
Right.
And so I don't know where he's going with this. Both points I don't really, I don't agree with, which is very strange to um, have these 2 points. You're making me defend the movie that you're apparently defending, um, that I don't like. So,
Right.
like, what's happening? How did we
He's playing 3D chess here.
We've been played. We've been had. Oh my goodness.
Generations is good, actually.
Yeah, it's good actually, but I'm the one defending this movie. That's weird.
Why does the emotion chip look slightly bigger in the movie than it did in the series?
Oh, okay. No.
I didn't have.
No.
I know some people have complained about that, but
Okay. Well,
I think that is a minor thing.
that's not even minor. That's lower than minor. That's like blink and you'll miss it, kind of thing. It's not even an interesting factoid that you would just know from like it's not important. That's not important. I don't. That literally unimportant. That you know what? That's a nitpick. Oh my god, that's a nitpick. That's not important. That does not change anything in this movie.
Why did Captain Picard care about the Kurlan Neskos? Didn't anyone bother to think about the Kurlan Neskos?
Wait, what?
Okay, that is a reference to the episode "The Chase," I believe. Picard's an archaeologist. He loves archaeology and history.
Mhm.
His old archaeology teacher presented that artifact to him, and it's extremely rare, extremely valuable. And you just see Picard just like pick it up in his ready room as they're like scrounging around the stuff, and then he just like throws it down. I know some people have also complained about that because he treated it like a very prized possession, but what he's really looking for was the photo album. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I think it really was just as they're looking for stuff. We need something for him to pick up, and we'll just throw this in as like an Easter egg. I don't think it was meant to be he just tossed it away. So I'm not sure what his point is, and I assume you have not seen that episode, right?
No.
Okay, so it was just a thing he picked up for you,
Oh. Okay.
right?
Yeah. To me, it was he just picked up this thing, and it was just like, okay, whatever. Like, okay. I didn't even flinch, didn't even blink. Didn't matter to me.
Yeah, that is from, I believe it was called the Chase.
All right. Well, it didn't make any difference in this movie, and that's another nitpick if someone's complaining about that, honestly.
But you know what? That's called being a fan.
Oh my god, how dare you? Fans will nitpick. That's just a fact. That's just what's gonna happen.
If you love something, you're going to analyze it. That's what you do.
Yep. And the more angry you get over something, the more you're going to analyze it, because you've kind of like started this snowball effect of, okay, well, how much shit did you get wrong? And so then it ends up like you get like a list of points that are incorrect, right? And yeah, some small things that really don't matter are going to start mattering a lot because you're so angry at the baseline of the thing, right? So, like for instance, Dark Knight Rises, I hate that movie more than anything. I can literally pick apart that movie for hours because of how much I hate that movie, and it's down to
the trail of gasoline going up the bridge to do the bat symbol.
Oh my god,
that was so dumb.
Everything in that movie is wrong. I swear to God, everything it is a movie that everything is wrong in it. It's kind of its own masterpiece in that way. But it's like all of these things just build up to the point that I can't even sit down and watch the movie without. I actually can't. I just can't sit down and watch it because everything.
I have not seen it since the theater.
Yep, me neither. God, that was awful. What a waste of money. It just builds up. So anything about that movie, I'll despise because it has a very deep, it triggered a very deep emotional response,
right?
Very deep anger, and so if people had the same response in generations, which I can see, especially people who are big TNG fans, I can see exactly.
And TOS fans.
And TOS fans too. Especially you put those together. I didn't like this movie for like the way that it was structured. A lot of these things I just felt wrong, hollow. It just didn't resonate with me whatsoever.
I will say I love Kirk's house though. That is a beautiful house.
That is so Kirk too, especially after you see 5. It's like, yeah, he would have done that. Yeah. He would have settled down in a house like that, yeah. He just seems like the outdoorsy type, you know? So, yeah, he would have gotten a log cabin in some fucking far away.
View of the mountain right behind him.
Oh, yeah, that's total Kirk. So, to me, it's like, it's just, there's certain things that it's like I appreciate, but I can see why people would start nitpicking this shit. And the angrier they get, the more nitpicky they will get. Now, it doesn't make the nitpicks matter, or but
nitpicks. They still don't individually amount to much. It's just more that's wrong.
Yeah. So like when you have a movie that has so much wrong with it, and you just keep finding more, it's infuriating.
Mhm.
And anytime that somebody watches it, that's watched it like several times before, they're gonna pick up on new things. So it's like, that fight scene from the throne room scene from Last Jedi. Every time people watch that, they
Mhm.
seem to find new things with it. And
Yeah.
it's not because those were things that didn't matter, that were unimportant. It's just they've seen it to the point that they're looking at little details because they've already seen everything else that's wrong. So, and they're angry about it because they don't like it. So, yes, they are going to nitpick certain things. Does that excuse that kind of behavior? Yeah, yeah, depends on the nitpick, right? I think saying that the bridge is well lit, it's kind of ridiculous. Um, I think saying that Data's emotion chip is too big is kind of ridiculous. You know?
I mean, it is a completely different prop, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Those are nitpicks. But
Yes,
when the movie is this bad,
yes,
it's more it just can be added to that list of things that make the movie bad.
yes. That's what I'm saying. It's like I get the point, but you also have to empathize and
Mhm.
realize what the other people who don't like the movie are seeing, and you really got to put yourself in the shoe of the person who went there on the midnight premiere dressed up in some kind of Star Trek thing. You know, put
Mhm.
your
Because they were
who's
so
watched.
excited. Kirk
Yeah,
and Picard are meeting in this movie. How
she,
great is that gonna be? This is gonna be amazing. Oh.
yes, and it's been marketed like that, and their big POS and TNG thing. Think about it from that point of view, and then rewatch the movie and see what you were seeing from their eyes. And you can understand why everything gets picked apart in movies like this.
And
Where you,
also, when people like this are like, these people are only criticizing these certain things, they almost always ignore the actual real complaints. He hasn't touched on any of those. Now we're only like 2 minutes in. Maybe he'll get to them. I don't remember.
yeah, but I am actually going to take a quick bathroom break because I decided to chug a bunch of water because I'm a good streamer. I'm really good at my this thing. So I will return briefly.
Okay.
Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. Alright?
Oh,
No blowing anything up. I know it's tempting. Don't
oh
press
man.
that giant red button right over there. All right.
Oh man, it's right there. It's so shiny. All right. How's everyone doing in the chat? Let's see. Uh, this further compounds those feelings after a long. Oh, yes, Chris Persia. That's an excellent point. Yeah, Picard is like, but Picard is kind of like having a gesture of sin. Yes. Just wondering if those mountains are meant to be. Oh, I hadn't even considered that. Yeah, that's really mountainous if it's Iowa. I don't think they ever stated where he was supposed to be because, yeah, I grew up in the Midwest. Iowa does not look like that. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Chris Persia. Those are. I will give credit where the movie is due.
For many,
What the?
What
What
did
was
you
that?
do? Did you
I don't
press
know.
the button?
I didn't. I didn't. I didn't do anything.
What'd you do?
I wasn't even touching that tab.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I like. Chris brought up a point. They're just wondering if those mountains are from Iowa.
That would be funny, actually.
Because I mean, Kirk is supposed to be from Iowa.
That is true.
Those are not Iowa mountains.
You don't know that. Don't be racist against the mountains. They could have changed in however long.
Am I assuming Iowa's landscape?
Yes, you are. Oh my goodness. You fiend. Holy hell. All right. Why am I not believing this? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. back to this thing. Yay.
For many TNG faithful, Star Trek Generations was ruined through a combination of expectations based on marketing and the Trek fans' greatest nemesis, obsessing about stuff that doesn't really matter. It has been about 26 years since the release of the film. If we can divorce ourselves from those expectations and also divorce ourselves from the baggage of canon, is it any good? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
You can pause. You know that, right?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
All right. All right.
We can divorce ourselves from the how do you put it? The problem of canon.
Hold on. Let's hear that one more time.
It's like okay, yeah.
My tab can fling itself across my screen. That's also a choice.
Nemesis, obsessing about stuff that doesn't really matter. It has been about 26 years since the release of the film.
Okay.
If we can divorce ourselves from those expectations and also divorce ourselves from the baggage of canon, is it any good? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. Okay. Hold
Okay,
on.
citation needed.
Hold on. Oh, wait a moment. My dude, I was giving you a lot of benefit of the doubt. A lot of it. And no. That's
The
my
baggage
response.
of canon. Okay, we need to dissect that.
So you want me to mentally, emotionally, everything, right? You want me to just forget that canon of a thing exists in order to enjoy this current thing I'm watching.
Yes.
No. No. If there is a world that you're entering that you didn't create, and there are rules that have been established in said world.
Chris Persia brought up an excellent point. The baggage of canon, he means the core principles that make Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're talking about you didn't make this thing, and now you're making a thing associated with this other thing, this thing that you and there's rules and a structure and kind of a layout to this thing that you're kind of tacking on.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna need to follow the rules to that thing, all right? Because it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense in regards to that. And I didn't even talk about in the Generations part review. We didn't even discuss really the canon associations with it because I haven't seen all of TNG. I cannot tell you all about all of the canon violations if there are any in this movie. I can't do it.
The canonical violations are mostly like the really small minutia stuff that he was mentioning earlier. There wasn't anything like this completely breaks Picard's character. Not really. Nothing like
well, the death of your brother and your nephew is going to change your outlook on having a family.
Yes.
Especially if you care that much about your family lineage to the point that he does.
Yes. And also both it's Picard's story is also mirrored with Kirk's story because he has some of that same regret early at the beginning of the movie, and then also it's also kind of echoed with Data. Data is struggling with his emotions. Picard's struggling with his emotions. They're just done in different ways, but it's not. They're not horribly out of character.
No, I mean, I guess the biggest thing you could say was a canon violation was Data just kind of going, oh yeah, hell yeah, I'll have that thing, which I feel like has been a big deliberation thing he's been dealing with. That putting the emotional chip in his brain. I feel like that's been a big deliberation point that he kind of on a whim just does it. That's weird. And
Because he didn't understand a joke.
yeah,
That was basically it.
that seems like a weird triggering / tipping point into actually going through with that. So I kind of get that part, but I don't think I don't. I feel like you would have told me if there was a huge canon violation, right? Like, I don't.
I mean, I don't remember anything that was nothing to the point that makes you go, that is not a Star Trek movie. It's just that's a bad Star Trek movie.
Yeah, but so I don't know what he's talking about in regards to disregarding canon in order to enjoy this movie.
I think he might be taking a subtle shot at like people like Doomcock that are always talking about the canon of Star Trek and how important it is.
I mean, tons of people
Exactly.
talk about that, and actually, it's just a thing in fandom. Like,
Yes.
canon is important in a
It is.
fandom.
It is. Because ultimately, I would say the canonical, when something is established, that's a rule. You can bend that rule if you're clever, but for the most part, you need to stay within those rules because it forces you to think creatively. If there are certain rules that you can't break, you can play with them a little bit, but you have to stay in them.
Yeah, that's
so it forces you to think creatively. How can I tell this story with these rules in place? It forces you to be creative.
Yeah, do you know how hard it is to create something out of nothing? Like,
Exactly.
when I'm writing my story that I'm trying to do, it's very difficult to actually just create the thing
Yes,
because
it is.
you have endless possibilities.
Mhm.
So it's like you have to actually go in and structure a system before you even really start any of the other stuff. Because if
Mhm.
you don't, then anything can just enter in and then you get emotionally attached to it and then you have to cut it out because it's like, well, that doesn't actually fit whatsoever, or you apply it to it following the rules.
Mm.
It's a lot more difficult than, it's a lot more difficult when you have that level of freedom.
Mhm. Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm currently writing my own science fiction story right now, and a decision I made pretty early on was I'm not going to have like replicators because I think that if you can just replicate something that what you need whenever you need it's too convenient for the cast.
Yeah, a lot of TNG problems happen because also the replicators are down or they don't have access to them because a lot of TNG problems would be solved with the replicators.
I'm also not having any transporters either. You have to travel from planets to ships, from planets to the ship and everything through shuttlecraft.
Nice.
Because the transporter, too easy.
Yeah. Totally get it.
So like limits like that, they force you to have to think things through more carefully. And something that's well thought out is going to be better than just just do it.
Oh my god. Okay. Baggage of canon. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
The baggage of canon. First off, this guy's voice is really dull. Secondly,
Oh no.
uh,
All right, I'm gonna get back into it.
the baggage of canon.
Baggage of canon. All right.
All right, explain yourself, sir. But is it pretty good? Yeah, actually. Okay,
Yeah,
citation needed, sir.
Well, we pointed out before we even started this video, we pointed out tons of like just basic level storytelling flaws. Plot like lot 4 that I can think of, possibly 5, off the top of my head.
I didn't even mention another one because I'm saving it in case he goes over it.
Okay, so possibly 6. Plot dead ends. plot points that had been created and then just dead end for no apparent reason. That's bad. It just clogs up the story, and you're left kind of wondering, okay, why was that there? Then you know,
Mhm.
it's not good storytelling. You want it to be a lot more linear. Now there are times when they break that. They break that linear structure, but generally speaking, you want there to be a line. The line can zigzag, but you need the line to be there. There's whole sections of line missing in this movie. It's not good. Um, so
Okay.
anyway, let's
Shall we continue?
yes.
It's not the best sci-fi film. It's not even the best Trek film.
Uh-huh.
It's also not the best sci-fi film that deals with the same themes. Mortality, our limited amount of time, and what it means to be human, and our mortality and limited amount of time that defines us as human. But it's pretty good. It features
No.
an incredible, sometimes tragic, sometimes heartwarming performance by Patrick Stewart in his most famous role.
Okay,
A
fair enough.
haunting performance by screen legend and perennial antagonist Malcolm McDowell. Memorable moments of both comedy and tragedy. The score is lovely, and special effects hold
Oh,
up
isn't it?
to this day.
Okay,
Star Trek
fair enough.
Generations on Blu
Yeah,
ray in
I agree.
2020 is still visually impressive. There is a lot of craft and a lot of heart that went into this film, but your mileage may vary depending on your expectations, level of obsession over canon, and your degree of sentimentality. Generations is Generations.
Sorry.
Very good. Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure where we were. Were we?
Star Trek Generations on Blu-ray in 2020 is still visually impressive. There is a lot of craft and a lot of heart that went into this film, but your mileage
Okay, there's a lot of heart. People worked hard on this movie. That's this. You can say the same thing about almost any film. What does that matter? The fact that there was a lot of care. That doesn't matter anything. The story isn't very good, and you haven't touched on that.
Interesting. Yeah, he hasn't yet. That was like the first thing I came out with when I was talking about this movie. The plot. Damn it.
Yeah.
Why? No. Okay. Okay, stop flinging yourself across my damn screen. There.
may vary depending on your expectations, level of obsession.
I had literally no expectations going into this movie. Just something I didn't. I kind of heard some things. I kind of went into it with an open mind. I got my feels on in that first sequence with Enterprise B. But just
And then
saying.
your heels were then had their books dumped and dragged in the mud and then stuffed in the locker.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate that either.
Over canon and your degree of sentimentality. Generation
Okay, I haven't watched TNG in like at least 2 years, so you're not looking at a lot of sentimentality there. And all of the feels that they had going for me were out by like the first 10 minutes of the movie. So like, that was it. That's all they got. Which I think everyone agrees the first sequence of events is pretty good. So
It's solid, yeah.
yeah. And obsession with canon.
You need to define your terms.
I don't know what that means. I don't know to what level are we talking about. Just like know my shit, or like what are we talking?
Canon. I mean, how far do you want to take that? Like, I mean, the Enterprise is now a giant space whale. Well, because I changed that rule that they travel in spaceships. They now travel in space whales. Oh,
They have a spore drive for some bizarre reason. See,
yeah.
there we go.
Instantaneously teleports the ship. Yeah,
Mhm.
Voyager would have loved that technology, wouldn't they?
Mhm. So, all right, let's see. I'm curious.
is perhaps Star Trek's most sentimental film. Not necessarily its most emotional overall, but arguably its most sentimental. During a promotion,
No.
Oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by it's sentimental?
Okay, well, I'm going to do the thing, or I'm going to look up the definition. And I'm going to read this out.
Okay.
Were prompted by feelings of tenderness, sadness, or nostalgia. Sweetheart, the third Star Trek movie, Search for Spock, did way more of that for me than this movie did. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the second one does even more.
I mean, I've seen Wrath of Khan several times. I still cry at the end.
Hell, even motion picture, when you're seeing them all come back on the ship, it's kind of like once you have that base
Yeah.
of knowledge, you know, it's, or when they get the new ship, you know, they get the A. It's all that kind of stuff. Generations did absolutely none of that for me. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any of that kind of emotion there, other than the first. You know what? I take it back. The first few minutes when we're on Enterprise B. Yeah.
Sentimentality is is superficial. It's not deep.
Yeah, this was like, oh, I heard the score, you know, and that's kind of what kicked it in for me.
High score. I'll grant it that.
Well, no, like the score, like Kirk's kind of theme when they
Mhm.
play it, when you kind of see him for the first time, getting on the ship. That kind of kicked me in the feels a little bit. But just seeing everyone on the screen, not really, you know. But I'm also coming at this from a kind of different viewpoint of when I saw this, you know. So
Oh, Chris Purge. Yes. Okay. There's a Christmas tree in the movie, so therefore it's sentimental. It's sentimental.
oh my
Okay.
god, it's a Christmas movie. I didn't even think about that. There's a singular Christmas tree in the movie. It's a Christmas movie. Okay, he's just getting us hyped for the holidays. My bad, dude. I didn't understand that.
Oh, it's a
Get it.
Christmas film, like
I
Die
get it.
Hard.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I get it.
Die Hard, Star Trek Generations, and Nightmare Before Christmas. That will be my new lineup.
That's the Holy Trinity. All right.
promotion
Except, the other,
ceremony,
except those two are good things, and this is crap.
True. These are true. Wait,
sentimental film. Not necessarily its most emotional overall, but arguably its most sentimental.
No.
During a promotion ceremony, Captain Picard
I think he needs. I think he means nostalgia. But even then, I would disagree with that.
That's a better word, I think, that he's going
I
for.
think he means nostalgia. It's like, okay, you know, it's like, okay, if he means nostalgia, then yes, I think it's the most nostalgic. But I don't know. I don't know if motion picture did that for people. You know, seeing them all on the screen again. I don't remember.
I mean, by that point, they had, the original series had been off the air for about 10 years.
Yeah, so maybe
and back then there was nothing else. It was just comic books. There was the animated series that lasted like 24 episodes, I think.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
It didn't last long because it was really expensive because they brought back the whole cast except Chekhov because they couldn't. And it was wonderfully cheap animation.
It's like Scooby-Doo light animation, right?
Well, it was done by Filmation, who about 10 years later would do He-Man and She-Ra, and those look polished by comparison.
Yeah, true.
And those were still pretty cheaply animated, but those were really well polished episodes of animation compared to the animated series of Star Trek.
Nope. No,
I love it. Don't get me wrong. I still love the animated series, but it's not pristine animation.
Agreed. All right. Well, let's.
All right.
Picard receives a from Earth. His brother, Robert, and his nephew, Rene, previously introduced in the famous TNG episode Family, have tragically passed away in a fire, presumably at the Picard family vineyard. Picard realizes that with the passing of his nephew and his advancing age, there
Okay.
may be no more Picards.
Yes.
And though the series initially presented the captain as someone with little tolerance for children,
Okay.
by the time of the film, he has softened greatly on the matter.
Yes, it's
With
called
the
character growth.
sudden and unexpected passing of his nephew, the
Wait.
closest he had to a child, Picard realizes he, too, wishes to be a father, but that opportunity may have passed him by.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Data.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything that was wrong. That's all true.
That's a fact, and yeah, that's a great plot line. That should have just been the main one.
But it's a side plot for Picard.
For
It's
some reason, even
it's
though
not
it's
exploring what this really means to him. It's just Picard's sad because a family tragedy happened. It's like presented like if a tragic thing happened to like a coworker. It's like you feel bad for them, but I didn't really know them that well. I met them at the Christmas party, and that's about it.
yeah, there should have been more of an impact.
Yes, it's like if you're going to have Picard go through a horrible family tragedy, do something with that.
And then have it connected back somehow. I don't know.
I would argue it did connect back to Kirk.
Not just Kirk. Have it connect back to the bad guy. The bad guy, there's literally no reason for them other than the fact of they're like, oh, we don't actually like want people to die. There's no other reason for them to be that like emotionally connected to the bad guy. And I feel like in the Star Trek movies at least, they always manage to do that. There's some kind of emotional connection between the crew, whether it's just one member or all the members of the crew, and the main bad guy.
Nemesis.
I'm talking about TOS movies.
Okay.
But and it makes it more impactful. And so I kind of thought that's what they were going to do in this movie too, and they didn't do that. And I thought that was kind of weird. Like they don't always have to have an emotional connection to them. But like, damn, like his whole family was taken out by the Borg, and you were
like I said, he's not saying anything that was wrong. The problem is, it's not explored.
yeah. There you
That's
go.
the problem.
That's the problem. There you go. Yeah, I'm just rambling on because God, I hate seeing things with potential just go everywhere. Just
Like all dilithium crystals exploding for no apparent reason,
kaboom.
and humans able to have Trill symbiotes now.
Woo!
Thanks, Kurtzman. Anyway.
Yay!
After failing to understand a social situation, opts to insert an emotions chip to allow him to better understand what it is to be human.
Bad. Now movie. Bad movie. Bad movie. Anyway, I just wanted to say that again because that's really frustrating. God, that's really frustrating.
The Enterprise rescues an Elorian named Dr. Soren, who has been trying to re-enter an energy ribbon to another plane of reality called the Nexus.
Yeah.
Within the Nexus, the inhabitants do not age, can presumably live forever, and bend their reality to whatever they want. Dr. Soren, whose family were taken by the Borg, has adopted a philosophy that since all life is destined to end, the manner in which one dies or how long one lives is irrelevant. Outside the Nexus, nothing matters. But within the Nexus, time, which he calls a predator, has no meaning. The predator has no teeth. So convinced of this, Soren is willing to destroy a star, doom millions on a nearby planet to draw the energy ribbon to him. Captain Picard takes the opposite view, that our impermanence is part of what makes us human, and that within the Nexus, nothing matters because it isn't real. Picard's philosophy is tested once he is drawn into the Nexus itself, as the reality manifests itself as a Christmas morning surrounded by the children.
Okay. This is all like one long run-on sentence right now. Okay. He he didn't touch on the fact that Sauron could have just gotten into a ship and just flown into the damn Nexus. He knows where it's going. Right?
Yeah. I don't.
He ignored that.
And I have to say, as far as his analysis goes, that's pretty good. I kind of actually like where he's coming from with that, as far as like again like the analysis goes. The problem is there's this like 3 different movies all shoved in one.
Yes.
So on an analysis level, I get you, my dude. Like the really good like analysis that he's picking apart here. But it's 3 different things shoved into a single movie when it didn't need to be. And that's where a lot of my problems start stemming from.
I think you mentioned it earlier. It feels like they took plot lines for scripts that they kind of had, like, like they started and then rejected, and then they're like, oh well, let's use this plot line for the movie, and they just kind of threw it in.
Yeah. It's like la 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 la. We're just gonna, la la la, this, a little bit of this, and
Data getting an emotion chip and really truly experiencing emotions for the first time.
So big. That's so just. It's, it's just.
That's a wonderful idea. That's not really a movie idea. That's a good episode idea. And then you can make that a season-long arc of like Data exploring a different emotion each episode or something like that.
Actually, I disagree. I think that's a good movie idea. I just think the Borg could get involved and it'd be even more interesting. Kind of cybernetic.
They kind of do that a little bit in the next movie. Just throwing that out.
Well,
the only TNG film that I feel is watchable is First Contact. That's the next one.
But yeah, I think his analysis is pretty good.
But he's missing the point.
Yeah, the point is there's too much in it, and none of it's properly explored. It's funny, he's actually doing a better exploration of it in his analysis than the movie did. So.
Yes, he's doing the analysis. He's breaking it down better.
Yeah, than the movie actually did. So well done, my dude. You're actually doing a better job than the movie did. So that's kind of funny.
Surrounded by the children he never had.
Yes.
He resists the temptation to stay in the Nexus, meets Captain Kirk, who was long ago trapped within the Nexus himself, and convinces him to help him defeat Soren and prevent him from destroying the star.
I've awfully glossed over. Awfully glossed over there.
What a wonderful screenshot to have right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I'm in pain, but I'm laughing about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, he completely glossed over, the whole. Well, Kirk's in there. I mean, maybe he'll go into more detail of it, but it's like he's just kind of like glossing over the basic plot of the film, and he's not really looking at the scenes, how they relate to each other, and that's kind of the problem. He didn't mention, oh, when you're in the Nexus, when you decide to leave, you can go back to any point in time. So why does Picard go back to when they're on the damn mountain? Go back to when you first found Sauron. And then make sure he's locked up.
No.
That way, I mean, yes, he didn't know the ship was destroyed at that point, but you would have prevented the destruction of the Federation flagship.
No. Nah. Just a little bit of nitpick here. A little bit too much logic and reason. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Go back to when you first found Sauron, and don't allow him to go back to the array because of
Oh yeah, they just let him fucking go back there, and we never got an explanation for that, did we?
yeah, he's like, I have a very delicate experience. Don't let him go back, and then he can't capture Geordi, which is the only thing that had them chase you in the first place.
Oh my god, if Picard very clearly wasn't going to let him go back on there.
Exactly.
How did he get back on there?
Apparently, he let him go. He let him do it, or Starfleet security doing its usual bang up job, and he just overpowered the guy. He overpowered a security guard, and then just beamed himself over. That's also very possible. Security sucks.
Yeah, we didn't see any of that. So, like, just saying.
And he talked to Picard, and he hit an emotional spot with Picard. So it's reasonable to assume Picard, okay, fine, you can beam back for your experiment. He didn't know it was to destroy the sun.
Well, he was acting very sketchy. He didn't know anything about this guy. He's on a ship that's, he's on like a vessel that's kind of just dead, destroyed pretty much. There are 2 dead Romulans. You don't think interrogating this guy first would be the thing to do? Just thought. God, this is making me realize how much more wrong is in this thing by going over it. Oh my god.
Data has a similar crisis of faith, as the humanity he long sought had begun to overwhelm him. His sudden cowardice nearly costing the life of his best friend, Geordi LaForge. Geordi forgives him, however, letting Data know that he could not blame him, because Data was only behaving like a human.
Okay.
Another good place to stop on.
That expression is mine right now. Like, okay.
Yeah, that's again. I didn't even finish TNG, and I know how big that is. That's huge. Having Data finally get to experience what it's like to be human, like truly, like in reality, forever. That's huge as far as like an overarching plot, like character kind of moment.
Yeah.
That's really big, and it is so glossed over, it's not even funny. By the way, Beverly got pissed at him for pushing her in water. Geordi was pretty damn forgiving for letting him get kidnapped. All right. Just a thought. The emotional levels here are kind of off.
You pushed me in water. I wouldn't go into sickbay for a few days.
Yeah.
You let your best friend get kidnapped. He's fine.
I'm sorry. My best friend lets me get kidnapped. I'm gonna not have that reaction of, yeah, no, we're cool. It's rushed. It's resolved. It's never talked about again.
Data, you are acting very human, but don't take my word for it.
Yeah, I was like, really? Really? We're gonna go with... Anyway, I'm just gonna...
You just glossed over the reading joke. Okay.
Yes, I'm glossing over the joke. Yes, I am. There's a cat on the screen now. That is far more important.
That's true.
These are facts.
Feelings on humanity further solidified and their related crises of faith resolved, Data, Picard, and the rest of the crew embark on the next stages of...
By the way, it's very, very intelligent cat to have survived that. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Very intelligent and lucky cat.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Also, another little thing, like when they have to separate the saucer section, why aren't like the families already in the saucer section for this very reason? Like that way you don't have to evacuate children.
Well, I think the top part is for... Actually, that's a design flaw, isn't it?
I thought like most of the crew quarters would have been in the saucer section.
Well, that way there's no some asshole who gets exploded because he was asleep.
Yeah. And
Because
also you see Crusher like moving people out of sick bay. Like why isn't the sick bay in the saucer section for this very reason?
yeah, that makes no sense to me either. Okay, what? That's weird. That's a weird design flaw if that's the case.
It's like why aren't those in the saucer already? I don't. That's something that's always kind of bugged me. But I'm happy to accept that is a nitpick.
Yeah,
It
I'll
doesn't
accept
it
that.
doesn't greatly affect the film, but it is a nitpick.
Yeah, if you're separating from the sauce, if you're separating the saucer from the rest of the ship, some shit's gone down. You're not gonna want to waste time on getting families herded out of everywhere.
Mm.
All right.
Especially when Jordy said they only had 5 minutes before the ship exploded.
Yeah,
That's a lot of time to.
there's a lot of
You
people on
tried
that ship.
hurting children?
Yeah,
You have 5 minutes? I'm sorry. There's a lot of people who lost family members on that ship, if that's the case.
yeah. No way you're getting. Do
no
y'all
way.
realize?
A ship that big, you can evacuate the entire drive section in 5 minutes and get safe enough distance away.
Yeah. Now, even if you started right at 5 minutes and they were already out their doors, no.
All because they didn't modulate the shields.
Okay, rookie hour here. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. You can see it in that still shot. See, Jonathan Frakes is too big for that uniform. Like the undershirt's the right size, but it's only
Holy shit, you're right. I didn't even notice it till you're just pointing.
only going down to like his forearm, halfway down his forearm.
That is a tight sucker on him. Oh my goodness.
Like,
You can
give
see
the man a shirt that can fit. Have him wear his uniform from the show.
you can see everything is stretching. God, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. Whew. Okay.
Of their lives. The Enterprise D was lost in the conflict, but rather than mourn the loss, Picard takes it in stride, stating that unlike Dr. Soren, he believes that we should not fear change. That
Yeah, and I guess another complaint I have: way too chill about losing your ship.
Yes.
I'm assuming
and-
he had a big emotional moment. He didn't know the ship crashed, guys. Okay, he was busy with his own shit. Okay, imagine you
on the planet surface, so he did not know he lost the ship. He wasn't there when his ship was lost. That should be a pretty emotional, devastating thing for a captain of the Federation flagship to endure.
I mean, we didn't even get a.
Keep in mind, Picard also lost his first command. He lost the Stargazer as well.
And on top of that, we didn't even get a joke. He's like, "Well, I left you in charge for like 5 minutes, and you completely destroyed the ship. Damn it, number one. What are you doing?" You know, we didn't get anything. We didn't get a single emotional. Just like, yep, cat kind of sucks. Anyway, la 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 la. Throw the statue. La 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 la. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. I mean, you just watched Kirk die in front of your very eyes.
You saw a Starfleet legend die before your eyes, and you've recently lost your family line,
and now your ship's gone.
and your ship is gone now too.
And he is way too chill. Just absolutely. I didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about that. He's like, nah, emotions? Some weak shit. We don't do that here. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're good.
I'm getting ready for X-Men.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you sure? You sure you're not just...
You think I'm going to still be doing Star Trek in 20 years and destroying my legacy?
He wishes he was doing actual Star Trek now. He had a whole show named after him, and apparently he was a minor character.
time is not a predator, but a companion that walks along with us on the journey. As a movie, Generations is structured well enough. Its themes
No,
Okay, you can't
wrong.
say that. Cite why. You've brought up these elements that work well in theory, but you're missing how they're connected. That is how a movie is structured. Sauron's plan makes very little sense. So that's
What? It doesn't make perfect sense to you? Like, it's very over the top. Like, let me get some Klingons that are trying to rebel.
I have 80 years to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
I can come up with something better because it's blatantly obvious.
Yeah, you came up with something in 5 minutes. It was like, okay, well, next time this thing goes around, I'm just going to fling myself out the airlock in a spacesuit and have a good time. I don't need a whole planet. I don't need a whole planet for this. Like, what?
Yeah.
What? I just. Oh my God. Anyway.
both and explored. Its plot set up and paid off. As a piece of Star Trek,
No.
I will agree that it's set up and there are payoffs. There aren't satisfying payoffs, but I
Yeah.
will admit, yes, they are set up properly.
Yeah.
But no, they are not explored. They are glossed over.
Yeah, that's a kind way of putting it. Really, it's just a giant ripoff. You know, they just play into your emotions and you see shit that you've been wanting to see for a while. And then it's like, all right, moving on. That's pretty much all it is.
Hey, Picard, you've just lost your brother and your nephew. And with that, you are now the last of your line. The Picard name dies with you. He cries, he has a vision of a Christmas carol, and then he moves on.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's it. That's the exploration of that emotion. Like, no, there's a lot there.
Oh, a lot to unpack, especially when you have the parallels with Kirk. Like, there's a lot to unpack.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if you a better structured film would have been, you have Kirk set it up at the beginning, you mirror with Picard, and then ultimately you have one of them make the different choice. Preferably Picard, because he's the one that's going to continue going on. Well, in theory, this is where Kirk ends. So, like, Picard sees the decisions Kirk made and then ultimately chooses not to do that same thing when this was both an important thing to them. But no, he just continues on like it's no big deal. Like, oh, okay.
God.
There was so much you could do with this.
Yeah. I don't even know if I want to say they half-assed it. Really? Because, like...
No, actually, one of those bizarre things. This was written by Brennan Braga and Ronald D. Moore, who they wrote a lot of episodes of TNG. And
so I was right. This is 3 different episodes stuck into one, right?
Kind of. Well, and this is also the thing. This is the first movie that either of them had ever written, and they were also really stressing out about the film, that they actually kind of half-assed the series finale. They just came up with this idea, and they're like, "Well, let's just write this." They did it, and it's actually like the perfect send-off. It's like, guys, you don't need to do a movie now. But they're already doing a movie. They're already working on it. So they kind of just threw this idea together for the final episode. So, like, it can work. You can have inspiration come to you. When you're up against the clock.
No.
But so this is the one they actually spent time on. And
That's kind of heartbreaking, honestly.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah, it is.
That's worse. How come the more we discuss, the worse it gets? I don't like that seems that doesn't seem right. I feel like there's something wrong with that.
Star Trek Generations sucks, actually.
Oh my god. Okay.
Moving
It
on.
fits neatly
Yeah, we're
within the overall humanist philosophy of the franchise and optimistic view of the future. So,
Children burning
is
to
every-
death. What an optimistic view of the future.
I didn't get optimism from this movie. I didn't get anything uplifting from this movie at
No.
all. There was no uplifting message.
Although my wife does like the scene where Data sings at the console. She
Who doesn't love that? I love that. That was a great scene. Oh hell
My
yeah.
wife was like, "Oh, he's so cute."
I feel like it was ad lib too. Just the way everyone's looking at him is like, wait.
I don't think it was. I think it was in the script. I think it was. That's the sign of a good actor, though. Brent Spiner can do stuff like that make you go, "Did he improvise it, or was that scripted?"
Yeah, it looks improvised, but if it was scripted, it's like just as good, really.
And I also love even the extras are like, "What the hell?"
Oh my goodness.
the problem with this movie? It may have something to do with the lens in which one watches the
No,
Wrong.
no, it's not well put together. I don't know.
Wait,
how
is he? Wait, is
go.
he telling? He's telling me I watched it incorrectly. Are you sure?
Oh, yes, he did.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to go down that path? That's not really a defensible path to telling me that I sitting down
You
here.
didn't watch the movie. I'm not saying you watched the movie wrong, but you watched the movie wrong.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, that's not a position you ever want to be like in the position of defending. You don't want to defend that point
No.
because it's very.
Chester.
Then how do I watch it correctly? Because if I'm watching it wrong, there must be a correct way to watch it.
Right.
So you need to give me that correct way of watching it, or else you're just throwing things at me and expecting me.
I don't know about you, but I always take a test before I watch a movie because I need to make sure I'm watching it correctly.
Oh yeah, I actually have a jam out session.
Yeah.
I have like a playlist of songs I listen to right before I watch certain movies. And I'll have to get in like the mood in order to watch certain movies, or else I can't watch them because that way I'm viewing them correctly.
Right. Well, I always look at the reading list assigned for the movie and then read that. Then I watch the film. That way, everything makes sense.
Oh yeah.
If I'm doing homework for the film, then it's a well put together movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it does make perfect sense because it was explained in something that I had to read independent of the film. Got it.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Yep. Okay, buddy. All right, you got a lot of things to defend. You haven't started defending any of them. You're just making statements. This is not looking very good, honestly.
We're not even 10 minutes into this video.
Figuratively speaking, I'm not talking about the aspect ratio or anything. It's it's like this.
Mm-hmm.
Reviews of Generations that focused on the craft of the film tended to be more positive. Carrie Rickey of the Philadelphia Inquirer noted John Alonzo's crystalline cinematography. Positive reviews also noted the acting, such as Stephen Hunter of the Baltimore Sun, who said,
I don't care.
The best thing about Star Trek Generations is Patrick Stewart as Captain Picard, and the way the movie allows this powerfully charismatic Englishman to swagger the center and take command of one of America's most cherished fables. Even negative reviews.
Let me introduce you to a logical fallacy called appeal to authority.
Yeah.
It's when you're basing your point around the fact that people with prestige and power have said things that agree with you.
Right.
That's
because everybody looks at the president and says, I agree with that, so therefore I'm right. Everyone does.
That is why our country is currently in the state that it's in, is because of that simple fact. There is not a current argument that will probably last for 2 months about who is president.
Mhm.
It's just the president says he's president, and that's it. That's all that happens. And he must always be right. That's why there's not an entire group of people dedicated to absolutely loathing him, and another entire group of people dedicated to just kissing his ass. So that's
That does
not
not
it.
happen. Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
absolutely. There's nothing at all happening like that right now in my country. Not even close. Ignore everything you see everywhere. That tells you otherwise.
Yeah,
So no,
but this also illustrates that you're not confident in your opinions. So I need to look up what other people have said because you do not have the confidence in your own viewpoint, in your own argument.
yes. I don't care who any of these people are. I don't really care what they have to say. I don't care. William Shatner himself comes out and talks about how amazing this movie is. That doesn't tell me anything. Okay, that's like, okay. So this is what these people. What's your opinion? All you've told me so far is
Mhm.
this is how the movie is, and I'm watching it incorrectly, and I should abandon canon to enjoy watching it. And what other things has he said to me? Oh, we're all nitpicking. That's why we didn't enjoy it too.
Yeah, while completely ignoring like the actual huge glaring flaws in the film.
Yes. And I just, no.
News such as that of Jonathan Rosenbaum of the Chicago
God, I
Reader
just
I don't
don't
noted
care.
the impressive special effects. The special
Yeah, I
effects
agree.
in
Special
Outer
effects are
Space
good.
Vistas are more handsome than
Good.
usual,
Yeah, I agree. Good.
but many negative reviews focused on something besides this: the baggage of this being a Star Trek movie. No film critic,
What?
Wait. Huh?
The baggage?
It is that this guy's face? A handsome space vista.
I have no idea. I don't even know who this dude is. Um, I think this is stock footage, honestly.
Probably.
Um, it alright.
The
The
baggage of a Star Trek movie. You mean a franchise that's renowned for being intelligent, science fiction storytelling? I
I
mean,
don't.
I think that's a good baggage to have. And if you are an intelligent writer, you should be able to be fine.
I'm so confused at the moment. I don't understand. It does, and that's hilarious. That's amazing. It does. That's amazing. Oh my god.
I'll have a mocha handsome space vista.
Yeah, I'm the baggage of being a Star Trek.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Is it come with certain? Yeah, I mean, it does come with certain expectations because it's
I mean,
an established franchise.
I suppose you could make the argument like something like Star Trek '09 is not really a Star Trek movie. It is a action sci-fi movie. Can you call it a Star Trek movie though?
Yeah,
Yeah, I suppose people could make that kind of argument. Is that the kind of argument he's making here, that Star Trek Generations is a good movie? It just suffers because people think of it as a Star Trek film. Is that is that what he's saying?
I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. Possibly. Fuck, I don't know if he knows what he's saying.
Mhm.
I'm very confused. And I'm waiting for a point.
Yeah.
Actually, so he's told me. Yes, I'm assuming his gender and his pronouns. He's told me that Star Trek Generations is good, actually. From the title. That is what he has told me.
Yes.
All he has done so far, we're about a third.
Plot. I will grant him that.
Yes, we're about a third of the way into this video.
Mhm.
Yes, he has given us a good synopsis, very good analysis of it.
But compressed than ours.
Bit more compressed, but then again, I was also
You just saw it. You had to vent.
I had to get it out. It was which I might actually do that more because it's hard to talk about movies that I haven't seen from in a while. Um, anyway, just thought he hasn't told me anything other than I'm watching it wrong. That there's baggage when it comes to being a Star Trek movie and the baggage of canon itself. Fans are nitpicky and probably, and he hasn't said this explicitly, but he's kind of hinting that fans aren't going to be satisfied with anything other than the original. You know, the high standard of the original. You know, funnily enough, that's actually a better argument to bring to the table for Star Wars than it is Star Trek. Because every Star Trek iteration is its own kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of free of the things that came before it and after it, you know? Or not after it, but before it, in a way. It's its own little bubble in the same universe.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
I mean, Enterprise is kind of like its own thing, really. TOS has its own special feel to it. TNG has its own special feel to it. DS9 definitely has a very different feel to it. Voyager is kind of like a weird TOS TNG hybrid, and Enterprise is kind of its own thing and a TOS hybrid, if that makes sense. So like they each have their own unique feels to them.
Yeah.
But they are all still clearly in the same universe.
Well, they would have had to have done a whole different thing then. And no, it would not have been. Because I would have had the exact same issues being brought up if you redid the whole cast and you changed the characters' names and you changed everything else. No, because my problems are how the story
dies at the end of the movie because we only met him at the beginning.
Yeah, my main problem with this movie is the plot being convoluted as fuck. Okay, that is my main issue. If you take away Star Trek name, you switch out the ships, you switch out the people, you switch out everything, but you keep the dialogue and you keep what happens the same, I still have that same problem. Yeah. Just because it's no longer a Star Trek movie means
you don't know who these people are.
Yeah. You know, and then I don't have all the knowledge back up of that, which actually, funnily enough, didn't even come to play in this movie. I didn't have a problem with how the characters were done themselves. That's not my problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's the writing and the plot and how it's done. The special effects, good. Some of the scenes, excellent. But man, you can't ignore like 6 storylines going nowhere.
Yeah.
In a single 2-hour movie. There were 7 storylines thereabout. 7 or 8, depending if you want to combine Picard and Kirk's. You know, and they just don't go anywhere. They just stop and are ignored. And actually, I'll take back what I said about the characters being. I didn't have a problem with Picard's character until all of a sudden he seemed very chill with everything that happened to him in the last 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, lost a ship, lost a legend, watched a legend die, okay?
Lost his family.
Also had to deal with the emotional fallout of having his brother's family, and apparently he has to now live with the knowledge that the thing he wants more than anything is to have his brother's family. That's weird. That's something you're gonna have to deal with. It's like, oh.
I don't think it's just that. I think it's more, just the family line.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, your brother died and you're craving what he had. Literally exactly what he had. It didn't manipulate it so that it was what Robert had, but his own version, it was literally the same thing. And that's weird. You know? That's a bit strange to me. But because it affected him, he had subconscious desires to have a family of his own, which means he's thought about it before. And just to replace himself into Robert's family is strange. So that's just my opinion on that. Lots of trauma that should have been dealt with properly that wasn't dealt with. Um, Data forever having emotions is something that also wasn't dealt with. He went from having that's why he was so eager. He went from having the ability to turn them off to never being able to turn them off. Ever. He's stuck with these things forever now. All the good and the bad. And he's never had to deal with it before. You have to go through so much fucking training, it's not even funny. So,
Well, there's the next film, but okay.
I haven't seen the next film. I'm just basing everything off the film I've seen. But
I know. I'm just.
I know you're messing with me. It's oof. Big ol' oof right there. All right.
No human being is an objective reviewer.
Oh.
Whoa, wait.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Roll that back.
Help.
Outer space vistas are more handsome than usual, but many negative reviews
I rolled it
focused
back too
on
far.
something besides this: the baggage of this being a Star Trek movie. No film critic, no human being is an objective reviewer. There is no such thing as an objective review.
Hold on.
Even a movie review written by an artificial intelligence would have the bias of whoever wrote the program and what that person believed was and was not important in judging a movie.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to
Do
see
you
if
think someone has an issue with Mahler?
I think someone doesn't like Mahler at all.
What makes you say that?
Subjective man bad.
Well, man.
Saying that no, okay, all right, sweetie, let me just inform you on something. Saying that no reviewer can be objective is an objective statement.
Yep.
You cannot say something like that with an absolute blatant certainty and it not be objective.
Yes.
So that is an objective statement.
Yeah.
I would have phrased it as not so absolute. Possibly, I think he shouldn't have been made all encompassing. It should have been like, I personally, my opinion, because that makes it subjective. My subjective opinion is that it's hard to be objective when reviewing a movie, particularly if you have an emotional connection to it.
Yes.
That's the statement you should have said. Now, you've made an objective statement about objectivity not existing, and you've kind of fallen into a paradox.
Yeah, and so it also illustrates that I think we've gotten to why this guy made this video. He likes Generations, which that's fine.
We have someone who likes Generations in the chat right now. Positive candor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you like a movie that not a whole lot of other people do. I
Yes.
get it. I love the Saw franchise. Do you realize how often I get shit on for loving the Saw franchise? So, yeah, no, I get it, you know? And I actually, from like a Greek mythology point of view, enjoyed Prometheus. If you look at it through, like, if you analyze it as a telling of Greek mythology, it's fascinating. All right.
Okay.
And actually, I had my mind changed about that because I hated that movie when it first came out. But my best friend actually told me to look at it through that point of view, and I actually like it only when I look at it through that point of view and not an Aliens movie. I've had my mind changed on things. All right.
Are you suggesting that it's possible to think?
Yes, it is. I know, really difficult to say, but he likes a movie that other people don't, and I get it. But telling everyone that they can go suck it because they don't, you can like a movie and the movie not be good. There you go. There's your outlet. There's
Yes.
your outlet. You can like a movie and the movie not be good. An objective approach to a movie review is just that. Just an objective approach to it. It does not take into consideration the viewer's feelings on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is something Mahler and Ragd have said time and time and time and time and time again.
Looking at what happens in the film and do these things work?
Yeah, and
That's looking at something objectively. It's not, I didn't cry at Death of Spock, so therefore that scene's no good. Okay, that is your subjective opinion of that scene.
Mhm.
The scene, regardless of if that scene didn't do anything for you, that's completely subjective. It's set up.
It's an amazing thing.
It's foreshadowed at the very beginning, and it's set up that it's going to happen. So if it didn't move you emotionally, that's fine. I think you should see a psychiatrist because I think you might have issues, but that in and of itself is fine. But objectively, it fits the story. That's what makes it important. That is what makes it moving for a lot of people. Hello? Uh-oh. I think Eris booted herself. Yay. Well, okay then. Hopefully she'll be back. I will try to see if she's messaged me to see what's going on.
So,
there we go. There you are.
Froze.
Yeah.
My computer froze, and I was just hearing like your last like word, like the syllable of the word you said before it froze, like on repeat. It was very creepy. And so I just did a hard shutdown for my computer, which I'm gonna have to look into later about why the hell it did that.
Just a Loki gesture of sin. I agree.
Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Yep. Okay, it's not an Eris stream without me completely fucking up something. So, okay. What is the state of watch together? Join the room. I do want to join the room.
I'm at 828.
Are we good?
All right.
Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, we're good. Hold on. Let me expand it. Let me get it to the right ratio sized. So I have this all set up, all nice and perfect and neat, and it decided that it needed to throw a temper tantrum. Yeah, I know. This happens every time. I know. I understand. I know. I know. It's just a joke at this point. Oh, Eris is streaming, which means at some point during the stream, she's either going to throw herself out or just nuke herself into oblivion. All right. on my computers, I don't even know if y'all can hear that, but like the fan is just like blowing up. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. We're back. Yay.
We did it.
We did it, everyone. Newt myself, and now we're back. All right. So, yep. Oh, shit. Okay. I can't believe I do this like every time. I know, right? Yeah. I don't know why it froze. But,
disturbance in the computer.
yeah, right. Poor thing. Okay. All right. We're going to get through this. I promise. And I actually have a timeline because we need to get through this before my friends come over, because I have people coming over here in about an hour and a half. So,
Okay.
All right, we're gonna power through this. This is not going to take an hour and a half.
You having friends?
I know. Well, actually, I haven't even messaged them to see if they're actually still coming over. I had like 2 maybes. So maybe not. I don't know. Whatever.
You boomer, there's no audio.
Oh God, fuck. I shared the fucking screen without the audio. So you know, shit, stupid thing. You should just automatically do that damn thing. Okay, well, you know what? No, not that far. There you go. All right. Okay. I think we're good. How dare you? I think we're good. I think we're fine. Yep. All right. Anyway. Oh my God, it keeps flying across the screen. Stop flying across the screen.
Program and what that person believed was and was not important in judging a movie. There are standards in movies, but these standards are still subjectively agreed upon by individuals as what is important and unimportant.
No.
It is in no way only a fact of human nature. Professional film critics know their reviews are not truly objective because they know enough about.
Okay, well then that makes me not care about them even more. Like, that's not. Oh my God. So, okay, I'll put it this way. I was in art. We'd have to get graded.
Yep.
So are you telling me that my teacher graded me on whether or not she liked it? Is that what you're telling me? That there's no objective thing that they could grade that on a scale of how I did? Do people forget that? People forget that people have to grade shit in art school.
Is the proportion of what you're drawing correct? Is the lighting, is the shading that you're doing is correct?
Perspective, correct. All that kind of shit.
Yes. Is the vanishing point in the right spot? All that stuff matters to art. It's important.
Yeah, and films are art.
Yes, they are.
Saying that there's nothing.
Look at something objectively.
Yeah, saying there's nothing objective about art, which is kind of what he's arguing at the moment, is insulting to people like me who are artists. Because I don't. If it made you feel something, that's wonderful. That's like the cherry on top. Yeah. I want to know if it's good. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. Is this shit that I just spent hours on good? Is it looking good? Do you think it's going to be good? And is the final product good?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Is it good? Because
I mean,
if it made you feel something.
Room. That movie is a train wreck, but I love it.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
That doesn't mean it's a good movie.
It's a great movie, as in like, oh, it's hilariously amazing.
But objectively, it's terrible. It's absolutely a train wreck. But that
Oh
doesn't mean I can't love it.
yeah, yeah. Like I said, Saw movies. Oh, they have a lot of problems. Oh, Saw basically Jigsaw
How
becomes
long
like,
did it take you to make this trap?
yeah, Jigsaw basically becomes like this all-knowing god by the end of the franchise. I
Just
still love
lie
it.
down for like hours and not once like breathed or
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's cool.
yeah.
I love that franchise to death. Absolutely love it.
I've only seen the first one.
I've seen them all like numerous times. I love that franchise. However, there's problems with it. You bet your ass there are problems with it. But from a subjective level, I adore it. Objectively, yeah, man. I also love I love bad horror movies too. It doesn't change the fact that just because they're objectively terrible does not change the fact that I love them. All right. And if something's objectively bad, I didn't enjoy this movie because there was nothing to enjoy out of it for me personally.
Again, we touched on aspects that we thought were well done.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make it something that you can like. I love Star Trek Generations because the crash scene was done really well. No one says that.
Yeah. So.
Know enough about media studies to know that's not possible. It's just that some film critics prefer not to let their personal bias. Some critics know their reviews are not truly objective because they know enough about media studies to know that's not possible.
That's insulting.
It's just that some film critics prefer not to let their personal biases be too public to protect themselves and their work.
So they graded something objectively.
Yes.
That's what you just said. They didn't let their personal bias get in the way. That's called looking at something objectively. Do we tell him? Do we tell him?
Does he know what he did?
He just oh, yeah. Dude, come on. You're like, okay, you know what? If this video was just overtly ridiculous, it wouldn't be as frustrating as it is.
They don't let their personal biases get in the way of their film review. So they're doing what you just said.
Yeah, it's impossible to do. This is more frustrating for me to watch and listen to because he's so close to realizing what he's doing and it's just blowing past him. And I'm just like, oh my God, it's right there.
Or he's choosing to ignore that.
Like I said, I give people the benefit of the doubt.
I don't. This guy's acting too smug. I think he does realize it to some degree.
I'll need a smidgen more proof for that. At the moment, it's kind of like he's oblivious to the red ball and the green pit, right? he just doesn't see it. It's right there. He doesn't see it. And I guess
that means I'm actually giving him too much credit then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking he is smart enough to see what he's saying.
Oh, I'm just saying, like,
So you're thinking, no, he doesn't see it. He's close to seeing it, but he doesn't actually see it.
Well, see, what I sometimes have a problem with seeing the most obvious thing in the room, right? Because I'm so focused on the details and analyzing the details that I don't see the obvious thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm kind of empathizing a little bit with that because I'm kind of getting that vibe from him. But if he's like just having a temper tantrum because he likes a movie that not very other people do, that's not okay, And it doesn't even seem he's not even really. He's just giving me a plot summary. He hasn't actually done anything else. And a couple points that didn't mean anything that I didn't even cross my radar as being being the main issues that I have with the movie.
Yeah, he also he did the plot summary in like the first third of the film of the video.
Mm-hmm.
So Is the rest of this just going to be long man bad? And why people who review the who review objectively are objectively wrong in doing so?
God, I don't know. I really don't.
Where's he going with this?
I'm getting frustrated.
The only people who think their criticism is objective are amateur critics who wish to preserve their opinions as correct under the guise of this false objectivity.
Okay.
All right, so my good faith kind of just flounced itself out of my window and onto the concrete beneath.
Okay.
Wow.
There it is.
So you know what? I'll even give them this. I am an amateur. Why? Because I'm not a professional. And why am I not a professional? Because I ain't getting fucking paid, bitch. All right? That's the difference.
Mhm.
All right? I ain't getting paid to do this. I'm doing this for fun, for shits and giggles. That's why I'm doing this. Both of which I am currently having, as you can tell by my voice. Seriously? Only amateurs have control of their fucking emotions. Professionals do not have control of their emotions and will just let them vomit them exorcist style everywhere all over their reviews because they just can't fucking help themselves. That's what you just said.
Or Twitter.
Yeah, you just can't. That's what you just said. You just insulted every professional reviewer ever. You literally do not have the capacity to keep your emotions and your personal bias out of your reviews. You professional reviewers. Only the amateurs, only they have the capability to do that. Really? That's a bit insulting to everyone you just propped up. Yeah. That's really insulting, my dude. You thought that was going to insult me. You actually just insulted everyone you propped up, and you probably, want to be.
And also, he also said, people who review things objectively only use that word to try to make their review correct. So people can't review things objectively because that's why he is really I'm not sure how to word it. I mean, it's clear at this point. I think it's crystal clear. He knows who Mahler is, and he hates his guts.
I'm starting to feel that, which is very frustrating. Like, at least have the balls to call someone out if you want to call them out. Don't hide behind a Generations review. I don't know, like kind of not a bit spineless. It's a bit of a cowardly tactic. If you have such a problem with Mahler, you know what Mahler would do? Mahler would invite you on his damn show, and y'all can talk it out. You can review one of your your things, and y'all can talk it out.
Should we send this video to him?
I mean,
I'm sure someone already has.
Honestly, I probably someone. And this is something else. Mahler doesn't watch Star Trek.
Not really, no.
Yeah, so like this wouldn't do anything for him because he'd actually have to like know Star Trek shit in order to respond. So that's why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Film analysis need not be viewed under this pretense of objectivity anyway. That's where film studies come in, the academic umbrella term that deals in various theoretical approaches to film, judging a film as it relates to other films of its genre, or judging a film through a particular lens to view its artistic, cultural, economic, and political implications.
Okay.
Film theory is the set of scholarly approaches within film studies. Judging the movie Thelma and Louise exclusively through its craft might tell us that it's a suspenseful, well-acted film, at least by the subjective standards of that critic.
I don't care about Thelma and Louise.
I've never seen this movie. I can't tell you anything about it.
I don't care.
theory might tell us about the culture that made this movie and why their adventure might be significant when viewed through that lens. Star Trek is often judged.
Okay.
I have no idea why he made that point. So that had nothing.
What was the point of that?
I don't understand why that was in there.
Thelma and Louise was a lesbian film that came out in the early 90s. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
And
that movie. Literally nothing. I don't.
I've never seen it. I don't care.
I don't know. I think I've heard them in some lyrics of songs. I think. Were they like, did they rob shit? If it's that their
I don't
thing?
know that much.
I don't know. I don't. You can talk about the cultural impact. An analysis of a movie, you can talk about that. That doesn't do. They didn't plot right, okay? Just that's
It's
it.
all over the place, dude.
They didn't do.
Why aren't you addressing the actual concerns people have about the film?
You are telling me that this person before me is
Ooh,
okay.
Padre Palpatine just brought up an excellent point.
What?
Thelma and Louise is a standalone movie and not part of a franchise.
Well, that too. But
There's that, yes, it's like these are ongoing stories with these characters that have been established in other media.
well, okay.
Thelma and Louise was its own film.
Like what I'm saying though is, this guy is trying to tell me that this person laying before me is okay, and I'm telling them, yeah, but they don't have bones in it. Okay, there's literally no bones keeping this thing together, and you're trying to tell me that they're okay.
Oh,
all right,
full existence.
Okay, like that. They're not okay.
Generations.
There's no bones.
It's a life no one would want.
Yes, there's no bones in the body. Okay, it's not fine. Everything else about it, you could argue in a way, that it's okay, but if it doesn't have the structural foundation to have this thing be a functioning thing, then it doesn't matter how okay everything else is. It just doesn't. It literally. So my main problem with Generations is the plot and how convoluted it is. At the most basic level, that is my biggest problem with it.
Not address that
at all. It's not being addressed, and I'm getting told everything else under the sun except that one point that I need addressed. And it's like, it's fine if you like it. That doesn't change the objective problem that I have with it. So, all right. Okay. All right. We are going to get through this. I promise.
In academic and books through the lens of its economics, due to its depiction of a post-capitalist Earth. Star Trek.
I don't fucking care. I'm just letting you know. I don't care. The economics of Starfleet doesn't matter in this movie at all. So,
no.
Okay. All right.
Fans sometimes view their favorite franchise not within the context of any of these academic theories, or even view the franchise as.
So you're telling me that you want a fucking normie to take academic theories that only film nerds would really know? And
I think you just touched on it. This guy's taken film studies classes, and he's irritated that amateurs on YouTube can analyze things better than he can.
Take it as somebody who majored in something that you don't actually have to go to college for. I know it hurts. I know it's kind of a pain in the ass to see people who didn't do that thing, that degree that you have on your wall, and they're able to be successful without it. I know it kind of hurts. Hurts your pride, stings a little bit. I get it. However, there's no reason for this. There's no reason for this. Okay, like I get it. It's kind of just a little sting to the pride. All right, and I understand. It gets a little frustrating when you're trying to talk to people who think that they, who are better at this thing than you are, and
it just irritates me
Yeah, I get it. It
That
hurts your feelings.
there are people who have never taken a film studies class or a film class who have millions of subscribers on YouTube.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, I am trying my darndest, damn it, to
Mhm.
get a job working for Comics Beat, and no one pays any attention to my articles. It's just not fair.
Well, see, what's funny is like if he wants to be a film reviewer, insulting everyone that's a professional film reviewer by saying that they have no control over their emotions, thereby hinting that they're not a functioning mature adult, is not the way to go about it.
Yeah.
Personally. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah.
If I was a professional film reviewer and I saw this, I'd be like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't fucking keep my emotions out, can I? Oh, only amateurs like you can keep that out, right? That's the exact way that I would take that. That's not how you want to go about that. Don't burn bridges with people you're trying to defend all in the same video. Okay, don't do it.
Why won't the Miami Sun Times hire me? Oh, they're being sued. That's why.
Yeah. So, all right. Okay. Well, I'm getting really tired of your sass tab.
Film critics often do, as a judgment on its craft. Star Trek fans
Hold
often
on.
view Star Trek
Hold
and
on.
judge these academic theories, or even view the franchise as
Let me
film crimes,
back up.
view their favorite fan depiction of a
Okay.
post-capitalist Earth. Star Trek fans, sometimes, view their favorite franchise not within the context of any
He did say sometimes. I'll give him that.
of these academic theories, or even view the franchise as film critics often do, as a judgment on its craft. Star Trek fans often view Star Trek and judge Star Trek exclusively how it relates to Star Trek, or specifically
Okay.
to Star Trek canon. This is
Okay. And your point?
I am the exception apparently to your statement. I am a Star Trek fan, and I viewed this through an objective lens.
But you can't really judge things objectively. He spent like a whole 3 minutes talking about it.
Just unbiased. you can view things unbiased, but not objectively. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like you said at the very beginning, you had never seen this movie until just a few hours ago. So you had a pretty clean slate going into this film.
Oh yeah.
Whereas I saw this movie when it came out. I've had close to 30 years with this movie.
Yep. I just experienced it earlier today. So, still waiting for a point about this movie and
Yeah.
actually I want to know, why is this movie good? I need that.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten
explanation.
into the why is it good.
We are over a third of the way through the movie. I'm doing the rags thing. Through the video, and I have yet to hear a reason. So, I would like a reason.
Hi, Eris.
Please. So, thank you. I would like reason. Can you give me reason, my dude? All right.
a behavior unique to Star Trek fans, as judging an entry in a popular franchise based on how well it respects the history of the franchise itself is common among fans of Doctor Who, Star Wars, and a myriad of other franchises.
Okay, I was a fan of all three of those.
So was I. They're all dead now.
Yeah, I kind of want things to follow the rules of the things that came before it, because that's how you establish a concrete and as realistic as you can get consistent universe within a fictional thing.
Yeah, it's almost like, people who love these franchises care.
Yeah,
How about that?
if it's an established thing, you do the established thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even. it's like he's arguing something that I didn't even cross my radar with this movie. You know? It's like, okay, that doesn't matter. What about Generations broke canon?
Nothing much, nothing huge.
I as far as just the basic Star Trek shit, nothing. And if people say time travel, well, I gotta break it to you.
Oh, Star Trek did that.
It's been done.
Season.
They literally screenshotted the damn ship around the sun, which would not do that in any way, shape, or form.
They've done that like a couple times.
Yeah, it's like, there's a little bit of suspension of disbelief there, but it's not. There's nothing in this movie that I would say violates canon. Picard wanting kids now after he lost the closest to want to continue the lineage, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I can't think of anything. That's like the only thing, maybe? The lighting different? Fucking get over yourself. I'm sorry. Like, anybody who's complaining the lighting's different, like, I gotta say, get over yourself. It can literally be explained as, oh, we've had a few upgrades. La 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 la. There you go. That's it. That's all you had to do.
Part of me is wondering if he's like making reference to the Mr. Plinkett review, because he mentioned that in that video. But
no idea.
But the Mr. Plinkett video is also a comic review as well. It's like he does things, you know, like he'll embellish really, really small things because it's funny. But okay.
All right.
With integrated television shows, movies, books, and other materials that form a narrative canon.
Yeah.
Judgment about the behavior of the Doctor's latest incarnation within this lens focuses less on the acting abilities and more on whether or not this behavior is substantiated.
I'll have y'all know that the 50th anniversary episode of Doctor Who was my first ever introduction to Doctor Who. So,
wow.
Yep, that was my first ever Doctor Who episode. I got drug over to a friend's house and told to shut up for the entire time that it was happening. Because back then I was just pure hardcore Star Trek. So yeah, I got drug over. It was my freshman year in college. And I was like, all right, fine. And so, yeah, that's how I got introduced to Doctor Who. So kind of interesting to use this as a plot, as a point.
By hundreds of episodes spanning half a century. Judgments about Luke Skywalker's.
Ooh, not a good. Don't, honey. You don't want to stand on it. Don't. Do not die on this hill.
Let's see what he's gonna say.
Don't die on this hill. Come on, man. Come on, I'm still pulling for you.
Of Luke Skywalker's character.
The hope is still alive on the pavement outside my apartment window, okay? Very, very small amount of life left in it, but come on, man, don't.
Behavior and demeanor have nothing to do with Mark Hamill's acting range and everything to do with the fact that when audiences last saw the character, he was a much younger and different character. It might seem obvious, even inevitable, that a person would change, grow, and even regress over the course of decades, but since there are no canonical films or television series that chart this change for the character, the narrow canon lens in which Star Wars fans viewed this progression was no different to them than Luke Skywalker drastically changing his behavior and demeanor between scenes. In fairness,
I would like everyone to know that this is a video about how good Star Trek Generations is.
That's why he's bringing up The Last Jedi.
That makes total sense. Yep.
The canon lens in which to view a film is no less valid than viewing a piece of media through any other academic theory. Judging a piece of media as it relates to other media within its genre is common enough and not remarkably different than judging a piece of media within its franchise. Also, since it's all admittedly subjective, what's even the problem? Well, the canon lens is
no.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's everything. Another point. If everything's subjective, you wouldn't have made this. You would not have made this video if everything is subjective. You were arguing why this movie is good, not through a subjective lens, because you would have at this point told
I didn't even
people
say
how
one
good this movie
about
is.
it yet.
You're doing an objective, you're trying to do an objective review of this movie. You know? And first of all, you just told me what the movie's about. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
What's good about it?
He just went over a plot synopsis. He hasn't gone over it. He hasn't even said why he liked it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like,
yeah.
I've said more about liking this movie. And I don't like it. Like, oh, this is frustrating. I'm getting a headache. God damn.
How it's often applied than how it might work on paper. Fans of a franchise not use this canon lens as a supplement to judging the craft of the film, but rather might use this canon lens in place of judging the craft of a film, and with no regard to any other theory of film. In short, misapplication of this lens in which to view a piece of media tells the viewer that whether or not it fits well enough within canon is the final judgment in whether or not this piece of media is good or not.
That is so much word salad. I think I'm getting a headache.
What did he just say?
He just said
people only like things that they like?
He literally, all he said was, people are attached to the canon and their past feelings of this franchise that have been created through this franchise.
Okay,
and so anything new,
not entirely wrong.
Yeah, anything new is judged through the lens of how that thing that they loved, made them feel, to the point that they can't. If it's not exactly the thing that they love, they can't. They can't get past that and accept the new thing in their life, and so they are blocked away by the feelings associated with. He's saying canon when he really means the previously installed thing in the franchise. That's what he means to say. Canon is not what he's talking about, because I was very lost until I realized he wasn't actually talking about canon. He's using canon as previously done thing, when in reality, in the context of what he's talking about, it doesn't. Canon means something entirely different.
And okay, so TNG struggled to connect with the Star Trek fan base at the beginning because it was, there was entirely different crew. It's several years later, and there were a lot of Star Trek fans who were like, well, Star Trek is Kirk, Spock, and McCoy in the Enterprise. What is this? They have the ship Enterprise? What? How can they have the ship called Enterprise? But it's 80 years later, and who are all these people? I don't know any of these people. There were Star Trek fans like that. I'm not denying that at all. But what won the fans over was overall good storytelling. The first few seasons were rough. They were finding themselves. But good writing is what ultimately won people over. Good storytelling with interesting characters. And DS9 went on to continue that. Voyager, hit and miss. Enterprise, hit and miss. But the creative teams were basically exhausted by that point. So it's possible. It is absolutely possible that for a continuing story in a continuing franchise to connect with people when you're telling good stories. I was so excited when I first heard about Star Trek Discovery. There was going to be a new Star Trek show. I wanted to love it. And then I saw the first episode. And I went, oh no.
All right, just tell me. I'm begging you, dude. Please, just tell me what's good about this movie, please.
What do you like about Generations?
That's what. That's what you. The title of. Come on, I know I've gotten off topic a few times on streams, a few times, but this is a video that's edited down. You know, not just like a live kind of thing that I'm doing. It's different.
Canon becomes everything. Everything becomes canon. Fans say,
This character would never do that.
He wouldn't.
This has nothing to do with Generations.
No, it
by the
doesn't.
way, absolutely fuck all to do with Generations. And no, he wouldn't have.
after watching that,
He literally turned like the evilest motherfucker in the galaxy to good. Okay? Like, I tell he would not cut down his nephew because feeling dreams are bad and like no, he wouldn't.
I'm gonna save Space Hitler because he's my daddy, but I'm not gonna do the same thing for my sister's son.
My nephews have some weird shit dreams. I gotta cut this down.
Gotta stop that from happening.
Oh yeah, I can nip this in the bud right now. He having them weird dreams.
You know, it's not like it, you know, family is like the most important thing to Luke.
No.
character definitely doing that because the lens in which they are viewing the media focuses on judging the present media on past media, and past media has the benefit of coming first.
If something's shit, it doesn't really get other things attached to it. Okay? Generally speaking, shitty things kind of die over time. Only the good things kind of. Oh my goodness, you're right.
There you go.
I can't argue that. That's
there
perfect.
you go.
Nailed it. Yeah. So things that come before it, if they're good, then people are going to expect the things that come after it to be just as good, because they have a standard that you've set with the previous thing. Let me tell you something. This movie still would have been shit if it wasn't a Star Trek movie. If you would have had the exact same plot points.
Mm-hmm.
Because the plot is the problem. So it doesn't matter to me that it's a Star Trek movie. In fact, I'll even go a step further. This didn't feel like a Star Trek movie.
Not really.
So to me, actually, it really isn't a Star Trek movie, and I still have problems with it. And canon is not the problem I'm having with it. Like I said, God, how many times can I repeat myself?
And it seems like it seems like he's now harboring on the same point, and he's just saying it differently each time.
He's just harboring on Last Jedi for some reason. I have no idea why we're bringing the Last Jedi into this. But
I haven't checked, but part of me wonders if he is a Last Jedi defender.
He's defending it at the moment. He's saying characters change, which is a big defender ring. Yes, characters do change, but I liked The Last Jedi the first time I watched it. I didn't understand why people didn't like it. It took me actually using an objective, critical, and analytical lens and rewatching it within the past year to fully grasp why people didn't like it. Because I never fully got it until I actually went back and looked at it. Not through I just got into Star Wars, this is Carrie Fisher's last movie lens that I watched it in theaters with. Okay.
I was a little different. I was more just stunned. I didn't like it. I didn't hate it when I left the theater. I was more just, what was that? And the more I thought about it, the worse it got.
I had that exact same experience when I first watched that first episode of Whittaker Doctor Who. You know?
I still haven't seen that. I have no intention to.
I was like, no way. There's no way. It's like maybe she's just like I was apologizing for it, right? You know, but once I go back and I actually look at it, and Mahler has helped me with that. But a lot of it came from me just figuring out that, hey, your emotions are getting in the fucking way of you actually looking at this objectively. It's like, oh, maybe I need to not do that, you know? And even though a lot of the reason why people don't like The Last Jedi has to do with an emotional response that they got from it. Even from an objective point of view, the movie's not good.
No.
It's not. It's fair. The plot's very bad. It really is. Never in a million years have I seen I very expected a science fiction movie to be about the entire movie. A slow space chase scene that just kept going. That had nothing. All the characters were acting out of character. That had been previously established.
Oh my god!
What?
Data's emotion chip was Canto Bite.
Oh god, it was. It didn't go anywhere. It just kind of. Oh god, it is. Oh no. Oh.
Data getting emotions is the Canto Bite. It doesn't. It's so inconsequential.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. We came full circle. We got this.
So the media becomes irrefutable, and any attempt to refute it is heresy to canon.
The sacred Jedi text!
Apologists for judging a piece of media as it relates to its canon compare this to the continuity within a single story, a book, an episode, a movie, etc. Without continuity, or with too many holes in the plot, the story becomes less compelling, too scattershot. And that's a good point. However, there is a difference between...
Very confused, but, I don't know what you just said. I think you're just word salading me to death. Yeah. And it's working because my headache's getting worse.
What? What all he said was like an episode of like an ongoing story is basically like a chapter in a book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
all right, moving on, I guess.
The internal continuity of a single story and external canonical franchise continuity. The former can be largely maintained. The latter, given enough time, cannot. The longer that canon exists and the more entries within that canon, the less likely there can be a flawless continuity. There's a difference between a series of plot holes and missing pieces within a single film and something in an episode of an entry in a franchise in the year 2020 that contradicts something in an episode in 1966.
You don't think that's a problem? When something contradicts itself within its own franchise? Like, you don't think it's a problem that in the second Fantastic Beasts movie, Minerva McGonagall was at Hogwarts when she wasn't even born yet, according to previously established canon? You don't think that's an issue?
Yeah.
That's an issue. That means the timeline's fucked up, okay?
I guess I'm also confused. What was his point with the editing? Like, why the shot from Picard and then the shot from the Enterprise incident? What's he illustrating?
I guess those two scenes contradict each other, and that's okay.
But
somehow, for some reason, which isn't okay.
How do they contradict each other? What is the point with the editing? I don't understand.
I don't. That's the only thing I can think of is he's showing two scenes that contradict each other while talking about how great contradictions are, and that's not a problem.
Oh, is he trying to illustrate how like the Romulan eyebrow ridges?
Possibly. Which I thought was explained. Was that not explained?
I always just assumed it was they didn't have the budget for the makeup in the original series. Same thing with the Klingons.
Yeah, the Klingons were explained though, right?
In Enterprise, I would have been fine if it was just never addressed, and it was just
Yeah, I mean,
they had a budget for makeup now, so they used it, whereas
yeah,
they clearly didn't in the original series.
yeah.
Every alien was, at most, was just painted.
All right, okay.
Also, not all complaints about canon are actually violations of canon,
This
but
has nothing to do with
instead are only
Generations.
violations of a fan's individual expectations. Luke Skywalker being different in The Last Jedi, for example, does not violate canon.
Yes,
It
it
was
does.
just
But
unwelcome for some fans. But many fans have come to mistakenly view their expectations as more canonical than something that actually
He's literally a different character. I know. Again, I've been in your shoes. I understand. But sometimes you're wrong. And it's better to understand that you're wrong and come to that conclusion on your own, because it does have a bigger impact when you come to that conclusion on your own. But it's his character has shifted so much that he's a different character.
right.
And we didn't see a progression of events to cause that character shift.
Yeah, I would argue a story of Luke becoming the Luke we saw would make for a very interesting tragic movie.
Yeah. And
See that.
yeah, that's kind of like, well, you're just expecting me without showing me anything to assume that he did change into this person, but I haven't been shown that. So
Mhm.
the Luke I'm expecting is the one from 6. And you have shown me an entirely different person without telling me how he got there. And no, one
He had a
incident
bad dream.
where he had a bad dream is not a big enough event to the Jedi temple burning down from his pupil. Yeah, that's a big event. Okay,
Yeah,
but
it would be nice to
he
see.
had changed before that event to cause that event to occur. So we needed to have seen the original event that caused that. And by the way, I can't believe I'm arguing about TLJ and a Generations video.
Yeah.
Makes me feel like I wasted 2 hours of my life watching this thing.
is like the events of the film. Star Trek fans are notorious for this kind of thinking, favoring this lens as the proper way to view Star Trek. Among these fans, continued discourse on Generations to this day is a prime example.
What is it?
One objection to Generations is that Captain Kirk is not treated respectfully by the film, as
I would disagree with that, actually. In the first part of the film, are you kidding me?
I'm
They're
going to
salivating over him. Okay, like,
argue that
but
you,
you should have shown more. Sorry, his face is on the damn poster. You should have shown more.
yeah.
You gave him basically 20 minutes.
If you recall, when Picard meets up with the ghost of Guinan that's in the Nexus,
Mm-hmm.
we don't have time to get into that. That's another issue.
God, yeah, no, we don't.
Okay, so there's this ghost imprint of Guinan. Whatever. Picard asks Guinan to come back with him because he needs the help. And she's like, I'm not actually here, but I know someone who is. So James T. Kirk is a replacement for Guinan to Picard. Okay.
Yep.
And yet this is the movie that's like they're together. Oh.
Right. He's a side character in a movie he's supposed to be like in the whole movie for. So
It's really too.
not wrong. Not wrong. All right. Okay. Come on, dude.
as if he were a real person and deserving.
Whoa, what is it?
He's a real he's
Star
a
Trek.
character in a movie.
Among these fans, continued discourse on
Hold on a
Generations
second.
to this day is a
Don't.
prime example. One objection to Generations is that Captain Kirk is not treated respectfully by the film, as if he were a real person and deserving of a better send-off. Someone who does not exist does not deserve anything, so
You're missing the point.
Okay.
Yes, Captain Kirk does not exist. He is a fictional character. I'm not going to dispute that. However, the people's love for Kirk is what has helped build this franchise. And if you are going to kill off a cultural icon, you need to do so very carefully.
You need to go about it with a bang. There you go.
You need to make sure that the character is treated with respect. Yes, the character's not real, but our love for the character is. That's the problem.
You know, my dude, if you care so little about this movie, why did you make a video on it?
Well, because it's good, actually.
Okay. That's just
What the fans really mean is that they deserve a Captain Kirk story. And since nobody is owed something so frivolous, and there is no formal arrangement between writer Ronald D. Moore and millions of individual Star Trek fans, there is no other way of looking at it other than an unearned entitlement.
As a loyal viewer, I feel the
okay.
Oh, you piece of shit.
Again, if you just really don't like this movie, I don't know why you're defending it, which you have yet to do. I'm entitled. I feel so you're telling me that I feel entitled, which by the way, you don't know how I feel. So assuming that is already bad enough as it is. You're assuming that I feel entitled because I am a Star Trek fan to watching Kirk die better.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even know where to begin on that, actually.
And he specifically mentioned Ronald D. Moore. There were 2 writers on this. I don't know why I forgot Brendan Braga.
No, it doesn't matter.
But the point is, again, not disputing that Kirk is a fictional character. Our love for him is real, though. He's been a father figure to many people.
Not just that. He's what started the franchise in a way. You know, this character was kind of the face of the franchise when it first started.
Yeah. Kirk and Spock and the Enterprise. Those are the 3 famous symbols of the show.
The show owes itself to give him a more respectful death.
Yes.
How about that? I am not owed jack fucking shit.
Action captain Spock was kind of like the heart of the franchise, and the Enterprise was the vehicle for it.
Yeah.
You have to treat those cultural icons delicately. Because
these, you know, it's not just, it's a fictional character. Again, if you gave so little of a shit about these characters in this movie, you wouldn't have made a video apparently praising it, which I've yet to get to. Even though we're halfway through it, over halfway through the video. Yep. I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't seem like you actually even like this movie from how you're talking about it. You know, or maybe you just don't like the fandom. And that's okay, because there are certain franchises that I'm not a big fan of the fandom for. You know, fandoms can possibly ruin franchises. But your evidence that this fandom has ruined this franchise is lacking. And I'm using that word very, you know, it's for lack of another word. It's not good. It's just not. I'm not seeing the evidence for the fandom being the reason why this is bad, because that's kind of what you're hinting at.
Right.
It's everyone else's fault that they don't understand why this movie is good. And instead of explaining to me,
Genius, why don't you understand that?
yeah, instead of explaining to me why this movie is good, you're just arguing against straw men that no one's really brought up against. And if anyone has, it's I don't know about it then, because like it's like Kirk not being. I'm not in telling me that I'm entitled, that I feel entitled because I'm a Star Trek fan. No, I don't feel entitled. I, as a viewer and lover of pop culture, I do feel entitled to good content, which I'm not getting in this video or got in this movie. So, I just, maybe that's my entitlement, is that I feel like if I spend money or time on something, that is something associated with a thing that I love, that I'm expecting it to be good, and when it's not good, I get frustrated. Because it's like, well, it could have been good because you produced all this other good shit and you just didn't hit the mark on this thing. You didn't do your best, and that's frustrating to watch.
And to their credit, both Ronald D. Moore and Brennan Braga have admitted this was not their best work.
Well,
Generations was not a good film. They both admit that.
well, that kind of just puts a fucking, whoopsie.
They get thousands of hours of entertainment for free. I mean, if anything, you owe them.
Everyone is
But what?
Okay, so you're saying, so that clip, you use that clip to tell me that I got thousands of hours of free entertainment, and for some reason,
Well, no, because I've purchased all of Star Trek on DVD and Blu-ray, and I have models, I have toys, I have comics. Sorry, I've spent money on Star Trek. It hasn't been free.
By the way, this movie was played in theaters for money, so that point doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, he just commented that, like, at the beginning, he said it made like 121 million or something like that.
So I don't owe them anything. I paid them a product, and they gave me a mediocre product. All right, I paid them for a good product. They gave me something mediocre in return. Okay, so
and
yeah,
as a customer, you are entitled
to have a good product.
About it.
There you go. I have a good product. I do not feel entitled to have Kirk die any other way. I would just think that people who made this movie would have wanted that. Because there's no Star Trek without Kirk. And you kind of gave no shits about his death. So,
and again, as Star Trek has proven, they can do effective death scenes.
Yep.
They've done it. They've done it with the other most popular cultural icon that they've produced.
Yeah. So.
It can be done.
All right, dude, come on. Tell me why it's good, please.
Yeah. Why is this movie good? Stop bitching about people that are complaining.
You're dancing around the subject matter that you've titled your video for. Come on, my dude. I know. I'm like the last person on this planet that needs to be bitching about somebody getting off subject. But this is an edited video, not a stream. Streams are a little bit different in that regard.
Yes.
So, if in an edited video, there's a lot of tangents in here, I probably would have cut out personally. Or explored all of these things that you're kind of just saying and glossing over a lot more thoroughly. But, long man bad.
It's allowed to dislike any piece of media, of course. I certainly dislike certain episodes.
Wait, okay. I'm allowed to dislike things. Oh my God. Hey, Josh, guess what? You have permission to dislike things.
Oh, thank you, Renegade
Chad.
Cut. I appreciate that.
Chat, you have permission to dislike things by this guy. You're welcome.
And movies related to Star Trek. But feeling and declaring a betrayal suggests a belief in an arrangement that never existed.
I didn't feel betrayed in this movie. I felt bored.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I remember when I rewatched it last night. I was like, man, this is a boring movie.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, I'm kind of bored, bored, bit frustrated, not happy that plot points again. God, that just the thing that I'm most frustrated with didn't go anywhere. But yeah, sure, just whatever.
Part of this objection is that after Kirk dies, Picard buries him on the alien planet rather than contacting some distant relative to recover the body.
Okay, that I get why people are pissed about that. I get it. But he's already been dead in Starfleet history doing a heroic mission.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be real hard to explain this one.
I found the remains of Captain James T. Kirk. What?
Oh, he's just been alive this whole time. Wait, I'm sorry? What? Yeah. What do you mean he's just been alive this whole time? That would have caused a lot of chaos. Okay? I get why Picard did that. But because I don't even like the way that they chose for him to die,
it lacks the emotional resonance.
Yeah, that's not my main problem with the death scene. Which is
plus also for anyone who's ever had to bury a pet or something, it's gonna take the Coyotes 5 minutes to get to Kirk with that setup. He's not even buried underground.
Yeah. If they would have brought him back to Starfleet, had a proper burial, okay. You know what I mean?
If you're going to do that, then you need to kind of make the whole movie about Kirk.
Yes, you didn't make it enough about Kirk. So, because when I initially watched it, when I just finished watching, I had so many other things mentally that I was trying to keep in order that I had a problem with that didn't even hit me until just now. About that I have that problem with the way that he just left them there. It didn't even really cross my mind, honestly.
And I'm willing to accept that that's just how Picard dealt with it because he wasn't in contact with the Enterprise.
Enterprise was down.
Well, he didn't know that.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he he didn't know how long it might be before he got rescued.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently he didn't even know what went down.
I'm willing to accept that. When you had the other ships there, salvaging the Enterprise and stuff, one of them got Kirk's remains. I'm willing to accept that, but we didn't see it, and it's never addressed.
Yeah. So
Picard buried Starfleet's greatest hero, and it's never commented on.
Yeah. Whatever. Who cares? He didn't comment on a lot of things. The movie wraps up way too quick. There's a lot of things you needed to linger on emotionally that we're just like, all right, we are done. Head out. That's pretty much, second star on the right, straight till morning. Yeah, we good. Whatever. It was just
And I also am aware that in the Resurrection novel William Shatner wrote, it's kind of clear that they left and then came back to get Kirk's remains.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't in the fucking movie. Okay, right, all right. Anyway, that's just
to bury him.
Doesn't Starfleet have burial protocol and laws about contacting the next of kin?
Wow, that not even on my radar, was not my main problem.
Yeah, you're missing you're bringing up the basic complaint, but you're ignoring the heart of it, though.
You went on a Star Trek forum and saw a bunch of nitpicking bullshit, and you thought that's what everyone thought. That's what you did, okay? Like, if you went out and actually talked to a human being, you might have found out that, yeah, that's not what everyone
That's
thought.
assuming this guy knows other human beings. I think this guy is a complete loner. I don't think he's ever interacted with another human being at all.
Aw. Actually, that's kind of sad, to be fair.
Under the canon lens, fans object because it does not comport with what they think Trek deserves.
No.
Oh, God. How many times do we have to go over this? No, that's not it. It's
Wrong.
no one is suggesting that a fan is technically owed anything, except for we love this franchise. We demand to be respected because of that, though. You don't treat us with any kind of dignity. Why should we continue to support you? It's not complicated.
True. Facts. Okay. All right. We're over halfway done.
And you have a time limit, right?
I've pushed it back to 7:30, so we have a little bit more time to wiggle around in.
Or what Picard would have done, as if what he would have done is what they expect of him based on what they
Like, I'm not going to like just cut off this video. Like, I'm going to finish this video.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
have observed in other episodes and cannot be violated. Picard did not bury Kirk on the alien planet to purposefully violate Starfleet regulations
No one said that.
don't
Who
actually
said-
exist.
This is a straw
Picard
man.
buried Kirk for filmmaking reasons. Because the close-up of Kirk's badge, the symbol of his duty, makes sense for us to see. Because in the previous scenes, Picard convinces Kirk to resume his duties despite the latter's desire to remain in the Nexus. Because before they leave the Nexus, Kirk is reminded that he strives to make a difference. And he did that, and that's why we see the badge. Then we see a rotating shot of Picard by the grave. Film is a visual medium, and a scene with Picard placing a badge on the grave as the world continues to turn around him, as life always
Holy
goes
shit,
on,
that's actually good
is beautiful,
analysis.
and it's in keeping with the themes of the film about time and our place within time.
Dude. That was good analysis. God damn it. That was good analysis. God, this is why it's frustrating. He does these really good analysis points.
Mm-hmm.
And then just goes over all this other
This
shit.
is kind of like Generations. There's a few decent things in there, but it's mostly shit.
Oh my god, that's true.
He says nothing, but the visuals tell us everything he's feeling, and the visuals tell us everything about the themes of the film. That's just good filmmaking, at least in my opinion. Also, in my
Your
opinion,
opinion's shit.
it would not be good filmmaking for Picard to contact the Enterprise, ask for Kirk's next of kin, and wait in the dirt for a few weeks.
No
for
one's
someone-
saying this.
No, I didn't want that. Okay. All you had to do, you could cut to Kirk's theme if you wanted, and have like a huge, like the funeral shit from that they did for Spock and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Just cut to the theme and just have that playing, no other sounds, just the theme as they send them off, right? That would have been fine. In fact, I would have accepted this scene with that as an ending. No, they wrap up the movie in like 10 minutes after this. After all of that, so. Because I was literally typing in chat while that scene was occurring, saying, "I'm almost done, guys." Okay, like that's how quickly the movie wraps up after that scene.
Something happening in a film purely for filmmaking reasons does not always have to be addressed in canon. Example,
That's not.
Any Star Trek series following the original series no longer presented planets made of cardboard and cheap sets. These new, non-cardboard, non-cheap looking planets do not have to be reconciled.
Okay, you know what? That's pretty.
Well, I argue on the cheap part. This looks like cheap CGI.
But I will say it's pretty looking. It's pretty looking, and this is clearly a more advanced civilization, whereas that other planet was not supposed to be an advanced
It wasn't
civilization.
even an advanced civilization. It wasn't even it wasn't even a real
Oh,
planet.
it was
It was
a fucking
it was a
dream thing.
dreamscape. Yeah, that
Yeah,
they took out of Kirk's mind. It was
was-
only half constructed because they only put the pieces that were needed for it.
it was Tombstone, right? They were playing off that movie, Tombstone, whatever the hell.
Okay, Corral.
Okay, Corral. Yes,
It was
that one.
the OK Corral.
One of the westerns, something or another, whatever the fuck. One of the classic westerns. Yeah. So yeah, they were doing that. Yeah. That's just anyway. We're gonna move on.
Yep.
Whew. Ooh.
These new planets are a production matter, a filmmaking matter.
More money. Oh fuck. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Which they didn't use wisely. Again, canon is a tool, not a trap.
I actually agree with that.
Yes.
It's not a trap. Why are we agreeing with a lot of what this guy is saying?
Because
And yet we're still having to argue.
this sentence is true. He
It is
just
true.
doesn't understand what he's saying.
See, that's what I keep saying. I was like, man, he's like right there. He's right there on the edge. Just it's okay. You just right there in front of his face.
Canon is a tool, not a trap.
Yes.
If it is useful, then it should be used.
Yeah.
If it is not useful, then you don't have to step in it.
Okay, that's not there's the
wrong.
problem.
That's wrong. Okay. No, canon should always be followed. All right. It's an established thing that came before it. Why do you think so many actors and actresses and writers and shit? Fuck the guy that wrote that directed Wrath of Khan, specifically the scene that's most iconic, Spock's death scene, didn't know Star Trek before. And you know what he did? He watched everything, got familiar with it, so he knew how to do it correctly. That if canon didn't matter, he wouldn't have done that.
Colin Smith just nailed it. Canon is a guide, a set of boundaries.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And
Yes,
it's not.
completely agree.
You need to follow canon. It's not acceptable to not follow canon ever. Okay.
Like if they establish starships cannot just teleport on mushroom spores, then you can't have a prequel series where that's the main plot.
Yep. So, anyway, whew. Oh, I'm getting the headache again. Oh my god.
Some fans object that Picard suddenly wants to be a father,
No.
even though he begins the next generation telling Riker that he
Oh
is not
god, he looks so
comfortable around
young.
children. This is not a plot hole; it's a character arc.
Yes.
Although
No,
not necessary.
denying
to
that.
appreciate.
That's actually correct. Yes, it is a character arc. Oh
Why
my
are you acting like most people are thinking this?
No, that's hold
The
on.
plot of the film, the series presents
Yeah.
Picard initially as someone with no interest in children,
Yes.
but later
Yes.
as someone who can tolerate children,
Yes.
such as in the aforementioned episode Family and
Yes.
another episode called Disaster.
Yes.
Picard is eventually presented as someone who may even want children of his own,
Yes.
as hinted at in the famous episode The Inner Light, in which
Yes.
Picard experiences a kind of sci-fi illusion of being a father.
Mhm.
By the time of the movie, Picard has softened on the matter.
Yes.
His mind changed.
Fuck, didn't
but
you
it may
say
be too
this?
late.
Didn't you say
Frankly,
this
even
before?
if Picard didn't change his mind about wanting children until Act 1 of Generations, that does not make the film bad or irreconcilable with canon.
No, none of that.
No, you're conflating the two, dude. That's not what it is.
It's
This not saying that Picard didn't like kids, but he did soften on them as the show went on. Then this horrible tragedy happens to his family. And now, because honestly, it's Picard's grief. He doesn't reminisce on his brother and his nephew that much. It's actually it's more the weight of this family line that I'm very proud of is about to die out with me. It's going to end with me now. That's what he seems to actually focus on more, and that's why this whole that's why when he goes into the Nexus, he has this vision of being a father it's not really about Renee so much. It's more about the family line.
Yep, I agree. Agreed. God, it's so annoying. It just flew over his head. No, I totally agree with this guy on this point. It's not. That's not.
Canon. It's just the beginning of Picard's story in the movie. The implication that it's
Glossed
bad
over.
that Picard now
Mhm.
wants different things is the byproduct of believing that consistency and unchanging characters is the mark of good storytelling.
No,
No.
I don't want a static character as my main
Characters
character.
are very boring.
All right, static characters are for like they're not what the main character should be. There are exceptions to that rule, but for the most part, characters grow and they change and they evolve over time because they're supposed to be people. People change, people grow, they evolve over time. Sometimes people don't change. That sucks.
Now,
But,
sometimes the only instance I can think of a character that does not change. They're they're static no matter what, and it works. Was in the sitcom Cheers. Norm. Norm is the same guy at the beginning of the show as he was at the end. That was kind of the joke. It's a sitcom. It's different. For characters that are in depth like the ones on Next Gen, if they were the same characters at the beginning, if they were completely stagnant and they didn't grow at all, that's boring.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. He hasn't told me why he likes the movie, by the way.
That's what seeing something through the canon lens does. It only exists in the minds of Star Trek fans who, instead of watching a movie as a movie, are watching an entry into something with decades of baggage attached.
It is, though.
Decades of baggage.
It's not baggage, but that's exactly what it is. It's not a one-off.
Yeah,
Do it.
sorry, dude. Your movie that's good actually is an entry in a long-running series. Sorry about that, but that's kind of how it is. And so it is going to get judged against what has come before. And Next Generation has a lot of great episodes. So much so that your movie that's good actually sucks by comparison.
Yeah. So maybe we just don't like accepting mediocre product.
And why is he looking at Raiders of the Lost Ark now?
I don't know. I'm
Another,
scared.
because there were no pre-existing conditions with this one. Is that going to be his point?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Imagine watching Raiders of the Lost Ark. Imagine Indiana Jones mentioning Marion Ravenwood and fans saying,
What? Who is this Marion Ravenwood? This is the first time she's been mentioned. How contrived.
This was the first time she was mentioned.
Ah.
Literally, the first time she was mentioned was in this movie because this was the first movie.
It's not breaking canon when it's the first chapter.
So, just
of course it's the first
by the way, Marion Ravenwood's kick-ass, and I absolutely love her.
time she's mentioned. There needs to be a first time a character is mentioned. A first time.
Yeah?
Yes, because if you don't ever have a first time introducing a character, the character doesn't come on screen because they're never introduced. So, yes, you will need eventually a character to come on screen to be introduced. So, oof.
Time anything is seen or referenced or made aware to the audience. But in Generations, when Picard acknowledges that recent events have made him reconsider wanting to be a father,
Yeah, totally logical. Absolutely.
Yes.
Completely fits in with the emotional scenario, which is what makes the hard cut at the end so weird. So,
fans draw on episodes of the series in which Picard has complicated
just-
feelings about
he's
children
so young.
and denounce this revelation as unacceptable
No.
and not in
No,
keeping
no.
with
Oh.
the
Well,
character.
then any of those people who are doing that apparently just don't understand emotions properly because that is a heavy emotional scene.
You'll also note he doesn't cite the sources. He just says this is what people say.
Oh yes, I love the general thoughts of that.
And
But
again,
when he
not
did,
addressing the actual major plot
Okay.
issues with the film. Do you think he'll get to that in the next 8 minutes?
no. But what I do think is that instead of pointing the finger at people, why don't you just tell me what you think? Because that's the whole point of this video, is that you're trying to convince me that this movie that I just watched is good. And you have not convinced me. You've tried to insult me. You have told me contradicting things, thrown straw men and appeals to authority at me. And then you've told me a bunch of things that apparently these people, just this blob of people, have been saying.
Oh, you mean these straw men?
Yes, these blob of straw men. This blob of straw has been saying. And dude, I just want to know why you think it's good and why I should think that it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? I just want to know that. That's all I want to know. You know, I'm totally open to people convincing me that a movie is good when I thought it was bad based off a different perspective. You have not done that. You were over halfway. In fact, we're 2/3 into this. And it's getting really difficult for me to hold back my frustration that you haven't.
You have less than 10 minutes to make your point, dude. What you got?
I'm getting really irritated that you're not telling me what is in the title to the video. And you've told me everything else but that. So, please,
Okay.
please, my dude. It's like, I am on your side. I am cheering you on to do what you're saying in the title of your video, and you're not doing it. And you're not. And it's really annoying, okay?
Here. Outwardly acknowledging that he may want a family after all is not remarkably different from a character being introduced. It just feels different because the lens of canon is so narrow that it obscures other interpretations.
Nothing to do with the reading of this scene at all. Absolutely nothing to do with it.
No, dude.
Oh my god, that's nothing to do with the reading of the scene.
He keeps making the exact same argument. That it's like, no one's saying this.
Yeah, he made me do the deep sigh. I know. Okay. All right. Come on.
Interpretations of the scene. Picard is tragically.
Yeah, that's me right now. That is me. That's me. Okay. All right. Oh hell.
Wow.
Lost his
You look distinguished.
Yeah, it was like, what? Yeah.
family, and his feelings on family and what he wants from his life have now come into focus.
Yes.
Another problem with how the lens of canon is applied is that the viewers.
By the way, you should have just titled this video "How Canon Affects How We Look at Newer Things in a Franchise" or something along those lines, because that's all you've been talking about. You have mistitled this video, so thanks for that.
Sometimes claims to.
By the way, because of your video, I had to watch Generations, so I'm really not happy with you at the moment.
Only be dispensing objective facts about what can be readily proven about previous entries in canon, giving the veneer of some kind of impossible objective analysis. But this
again, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't like it when people throw out these really these fancy words in an attempt to sound smarter when you could just say it simply.
Yes.
I get it. It makes you feel like your dick's bigger than it actually is. But it's making me angry because you're coming off as pretentious.
And there's a reason they're coming off as pretentious.
Yeah.
They're pretentious.
So. Okay.
nor is the
Also, wait, look, good editing. Well done.
subjectivity of the viewer, that the viewer is judging what they deem important in the first place. The viewer has created a set of principles that they
Why is he typing while watching the movie? Just a plot hole. Don't mind me.
personally care about adherence to canon and various pre-existing entries in the franchise, and has overlaid those principles on the lens in which they are viewing the piece of
You're arguing about a character arc that I'm agreeing with you on. So, like,
Can we move on?
yes, you have made a point that I'm actually agreeing with you on, and you keep talking about it like I'm not. And I understand this is a video and you're not watching this, but you've made your point and you're reiterating it for like the fourth time. And I agree with you on this point, and I need you to move forward because we have 6.5 minutes with your outro that I'm presuming that you have, to convince me that a movie is good.
Colin P. Smith. The video title should be Word Salad Waffle.
Yeah, the video title really should be Eris. Just you should have taken a Tylenol before you did this. You moron.
media. Canon is only important if you have decided it's important.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So this man is an anarchist. There's no other way to go about it. And this is me talking. Okay, you just want chaos. Like you want fucking fried macaroni and cheese to be the captain of the Enterprise because nothing matters. Yeah, I know. I just did a straw man, but you know what? I've been straw man this entire fucking video. So yeah, I'm throwing it back.
It's only important if you deem it to be important.
It is important, objectively.
Then you have no rules. That
You have no rules, which means you really actually don't even have a franchise at that point because there's no rules establishing it.
I mean, imagine watching a franchise for 50 years and suddenly they throw out the entire history of this beloved character.
And Star Trek Discovery Season 2.
I was actually thinking Doctor Who, but
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think Doctor Who did more damage than Star Trek has.
Oh, yeah.
Discovery taking a go for it now again.
They're just fighting each other about how big they can destroy them. Yeah. You know, basically, it's like, well, it'd be like if they got rid of the TARDIS and replaced it with something else. It's like, but I mean, is it really Doctor Who without the TARDIS? You know,
or you know, the ability to regenerate was always some, very vague thing that was developed by Rassilon way back in the golden age of Gallifrey.
Oh,
and we'll steal it from some random little girl we found who could just do it.
I'm sorry. That's real. That's a real thing they did.
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
Oh.
They found a mysterious little girl who from outside Gallifrey who could regenerate, and they just tortured her, killing her multiple times till they figured out how it's done. And that little girl, of course, ended up being the Doctor.
Okay, I'm going back to this video because that makes more sense than that. Just that. Ooh, I can't believe I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that when Gary exploded when they did that? Is that? Oh, I heard about the explosion. I just didn't know that was the cause. Yeah, I see that. No, Gary, I'm with you, fam. Yeah, no, that was ooh. Oh, I think I just felt my blood pressure raise.
And that's just from me describing it. I haven't watched it.
Oh, I ain't gonna. No, there is not enough fucking anything on this planet.
Watch the Critical Drinkers video on it.
Do I need? I don't.
That one was gold.
Okay, does he tear it apart?
Oh, of course he does.
Excellent. I might have to watch it.
Only
I don't have as much time as I used to watch like everyone's videos, so I kind of stick with one and I kind of flop along.
Top priority if you have decided it is top priority. Canon can just as easily be unimportant to someone else's subjective experience.
I would love to watch a movie franchise with him.
A movie franchise that he loves.
And they fuck something massively up. with canon.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's complaining about it, I just tell him, hey, my dude, canon doesn't matter unless you make it matter. So just stop caring about canon and you'll enjoy it. Because that's what you're telling me to do. And by the way, this movie did not fuck up canon. So, like, that I can think of off the top of my head. So, you're not doing, God, you're not doing anything.
Chris Berger just brought up a good point.
Yes. Here's this analogy. Imagine you're going out for a steak dinner and ordering Wagyu beef, and 30 minutes later, you're given a plate of fries. It only matters if you choose. Well, I mean, fries are good, though. Like, I get it, though. Wagyu beef, that's like some insane nice shit. But, yeah. Yeah, it's the wrong order. You ordered something, you expected this. It's not the correct order.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you like it, it's not the correct order.
Right.
So you didn't get what you wanted. So just
I ordered a nice T-bone steak. Instead, I was given,
The-
a nice burger. Well, I like that burger. It was a good burger. It's not what I ordered.
yeah, it's not the correct thing. So
Even if it's good, if it's completely wrong, that doesn't mean it's automatically what the fans wanted.
yep.
Experience. Star Trek fans who condemn an entry into its franchise for a lack of respect for canon always seem to cite the most meaningless minutia, and often
You haven't cited any good minutia.
Honey. Spore drive. There you go. There's my thing. It's not even in the movie because you're not talking about the movie. So I guess I don't need to talk about the movie either. And I completely wasted my entire fucking afternoon and started my stream late because I was watching that movie. Because, and I even reviewed it. I did fucking everything. You haven't given me shit. All you've told me is apparently people don't like the fact of how Kurt died, which I can't disagree with that, but you've insulted me. You've tried to insult me. It's really just like, I've been called much worse by far, far, far worse people. So, forgive me if I don't fucking care about what you try to insult me with. You've told me there are protocols for Starfleet for burying people, and Picard had a fucking character arc involving children. That's all you've told me.
And some of that I actually agreed with you on.
Yeah.
But you didn't go. But you're ignoring the. You're describing like a very healthy muscle, but you're ignoring that there's no connective tissue to, like, there's no tendons to the bones. Or actually, or to connect it to your analogy, there are no bones.
Yep. So, whew, I'm getting pissed. Jesus Christ. I was already pissed when I started this fucking thing off. This is not helping me.
minutia side of the lens of canon. Case in point, the final scene in Generations in which Picard picks up and sets down an artifact.
I don't fucking
The
care.
Kurlan Neskos is an artifact given to Picard by his archaeologist mentor in an episode of The Next Generation.
Yes.
The canon lens complaint about the scene is that Picard trashes the artifact that the series established meant so much to him. But that is not what happened. There is no crashing sound when Picard gently sets down the artifact. Listen. Is this it?
He put down a fucking statue. Is that your third point? He put down a statue? Really?
I think he's once again making a reference to the Mr. Plinkett video.
I don't care about this other. I'm not watching another dude's video in order to fucking understand this dude's video. So,
well, and the Mr. Plinkett video, he adds a crashing sound effect because he makes it into a joke. He is clearly joking about it. And this guy is apparently very butthurt about there being a joke about this thing that people complain about, even though it's a complaint that's been mostly used from a joke.
I'm gonna be really pissed if this is your third and final point.
This is the scene.
Yeah.
The crashing
Oh
sound
my God.
that Trek fans hear is an example of the Mandela effect.
That's
They have
not
heard people endlessly going
okay.
over this scene with the Kurlanesque ghosts and how Picard trashed it so many times
No.
that this crashing sound
There's
is
no-
now part of the
Cite
movie
your
to them.
sources.
There's way to bring in a fucking conspiracy theory as your third and final point. Apparently, that's
They've heard
I'm positive he is referencing the Mr. Plinkett review, where again it's a joke. He
I
adds
don't-
the sound effect.
I don't care about Plinkett. Holy shit! I don't care about his reviews. You are supposed to tell me how good this movie is.
Right? Yeah, Mr. Plinkett's video
Reviewers-
not important to generations.
Yeah, so it's like this is
You're
really
telling me why it's good.
Yeah.
Why is a joke from someone else a problem with you about this video?
God.
It has
The
nothing to do
pickers
with
add
generations.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
sound effect to their videos, and now they think this
Yeah,
is
he
what
just
happened.
referenced it.
That is not what happened. Picard picked up the artifact
Yes.
and set it back down without damaging it.
Yes.
It lasts 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
And Trek fans still talk about this scene in forums and Facebook
I've
groups
literally
to this day.
Stop
Never.
talking
And
about
they
it. No
come
one
with-
cares.
I've literally never heard anyone say this ever in my entire fucking life. I've been here for 25 years. No one has ever mentioned it to me. This movie's been out longer than I've been alive. Okay? No one has literally ever mentioned that to me. Never. I've never heard anything ever about that. Okay? Stop. And you're smug. I can hear you almost laughing in your voice. So smug and pretentious.
There's
Okay.
that too. Like, can you
Stop.
believe people are complaining about this?
Can you believe some dude made a video about how good that Star Trek Generations is and he literally has not talked about it for like 30 minutes? Like,
Well, Picard
he talked more about Last Jedi than he has Generations.
still have taken it with him. Didn't you see episode 20 of season 6, production number 402-76246?
Shove your pretentiousness up your fucking asshole where it belongs. Okay, that's my fucking thing at this
Okay,
point.
first of all, the fact that Picard does not take it with him does not mean it won't be recovered.
Yeah, I know
They
that.
are in the midst of a
Yes.
salvage operation.
Yes,
Yeah.
His personal effects will presumably be collected.
yes.
The
correct.
fact that we don't see Riker with his trombone in that scene does not mean he left.
Wow, that wasn't what I was thinking about during that scene. I was like, man, he's pretty chill about the fact that his whole fucking home just got nuked. Just like, all right, whatever.
It on the planet forever. It only means that in this scene he didn't happen to collect.
Things that happen behind this that I don't see. You know, I wasn't worried about it. I just assume that if there was something important, they got it, and it's going to be the next thing. That's what I assumed.
Maybe
Okay.
some other people collected it for him. Maybe he came back. Maybe he already did.
I don't care.
It doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't.
It only
Why are you
matters
talking
if
about
you
it?
decide it's important. And
It's not. Yeah, and you've decided it's important because you've dedicated like 3 minutes to this section of your video.
people don't have to decide that with you. Second, and perhaps more importantly, that's not the point. The point
You certainly have made it the point. You have less than 4 minutes.
And
To
you still
convince
haven't gone
me.
into why it's a good movie.
Yep. I have no idea why it's supposed to be a good movie. Thank you.
is that Picard picks up this priceless artifact
Yep.
and sets it down
Yep.
because that's not what he's looking for.
Uh-huh.
That's not what's important to him.
Yep.
Right?
He's looking for his family album.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Not
picks up
denying
a
that.
one-of-a-kind,
Correct.
immeasurably valuable artifact and discards it for the moment because what matters to him is his family.
Uh-huh.
The family album has more meaning to him, more significance.
No
That's
one's
the point.
denying this.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. Well done. Yep.
Scene. The one thing Picard needs to know is safe is not an artifact.
Yes.
It's his cherished memories of his family.
Uh-huh.
It's so obvious that that's what the movie is trying to convey based on everything else.
And
that
it's
has
so
happened in the movie.
obvious you are a pretentious, smug little prick.
God.
My
this is-
God. No one
Yeah.
cares about this.
And I agree with you. And you haven't made your point yet. And I am getting you are really pushing it here with me, man.
Be prior to this scene, but because of the blinders of the Canon lens, some Star Trek
That has nothing to do with canon.
Canon.
You are bringing up a joke from another YouTuber.
Yeah, I
Stop
don't know either, Chris. I am at a point where I have a massive headache. I have company coming over in less than 30 minutes, and I have spent like I've spent 5 hours, 7 hours technically, if you want to include me actually watching the movie, all because of this video. And this video hasn't even gotten to the point.
And he's got less than 4 minutes to do it.
Is yeah. So I don't know. I strange, weird universe
Trek
that it
fans
is.
are instead focused on a prop
I'm not
that
though.
appears for less than 2
I'm not.
seconds.
I'm literally
I'm not,
though.
therefore you
About
can't use
this.
it.
It's
I'm not.
about this.
Yes.
The movie is telling us through visual language what matters to Picard, completing his arc about what matters to him and about what it means to be human.
Yes.
Another bonkers complaint about this scene among Star Trek fans is that the
What?
family album is in this room and not in the room where the audience last saw it. But that is not
I don't even I don't
Okay.
even know if I want to touch that.
It-
Um
I mean,
so
I suppose you could make the argument that the photo album this is Picard's room, not his office.
well, supposedly they're on the bridge of the ship.
Well, no, this is Picard's office. This is
Oh.
Picard's quarters.
Okay.
Like you can see his
Well,
desk.
no, that, but I'm talking about where they were searching.
Yes,
thought it was
that
the
was the
bridge.
ready room. That was his office.
Okay, well then,
See, and
Well-
I could accept that.
I could almost expect that as a complaint. Like, okay, it's in a different place than last time we saw it. Okay, fair enough. Did it affect the story at all? No, which is my main problem.
No, it does not. You could make the argument Picard rarely kept personal effects in the ready room. It was just his office. You know, he kept personal stuff because he's a private person, so he kept personal things in his quarters. But it's a minor thing. And again, who cares? This has nothing to do with your point.
Yep. Which we still haven't
a
seen.
plot hole. At some point, Picard simply took it back to this room where he keeps some of his personal effects.
Yeah, probably. I
We
don't
don't
know.
have to see it happen to understand that it did happen.
Correct.
In the
I
beginning of the
understand.
film, when Picard leaves the holodeck, we next see him on the bridge.
Yep.
We didn't have to watch him walk down the corridors, go into the turbolift, say bridge,
No
and then
one's
see him walk
saying
out
that.
the turbolift
Justin,
in order
help.
for us to understand how he got there. The same is true of the family album. Someone, presumably Picard, put it back among his belongings. Movies are not designed to behave like closed-circuit security camera
I
footage
know.
that
No one's
captures
saying
everything
that.
happens
I'm not
from various
saying
angles,
that.
all
He's not
played
saying
at the
that. No
same
one is.
time. They operate through film language, and the narrative flows through that visual language. This
And your
could go on
language is
forever
word
because
salad
Trekkies are very
nonsense.
adept at nitpicking and spotting phantom plot holes that either do not exist or do not.
Okay, but you have not addressed any of the actual plot holes. Like, for instance, if Picard fails, what are the stakes? If Picard fails, he goes back to the Nexus, right?
Mhm.
And so, but you can leave the Nexus and go to any point in time, anywhere. So, what's the threat when they go back with Kirk? When it seems like Kirk's they're losing and Kirk's about to die, let the Nexus come, and then just go back. I mean, you can do that, right?
Yep.
Or here's again another thought, just out there, just putting it out there. Go back to before you ever interacted with Sauron, and that way Kirk is alive, enjoying his life in the Nexus. He doesn't have to die.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, this guy.
All right. We got a minute 40.
Okay.
do
Can you
not
make
matter,
a
like
point?
the speed.
Yep.
rocket and the distance between the planet and the star.
I don't care.
Oh my god, who cares?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It happens quickly, so there isn't several minutes of Picard and Dr. Soren just staring at the sky, doing nothing in complete
Yeah,
silence
suspicion and
while the
disbelief. I get
audience
that.
waits. That wouldn't be good filmmaking. So it
I
happens
agree.
quickly.
Yes.
That's why it happens.
Yeah, no, okay.
Once again, for the people in the back, watching an entry in a long running franchise with an eye toward how it relates to previously established canon is not some wrong way to watch that entry. It's merely problematic in how it's often applied. If the thing you like about Star Trek is the philosophy, then the
That's
movie that
not
affirms its overall humanist
that's
message
not
is
what I
exactly the
watched
right
it.
Star Trek movie for you. If the thing you like about Star Trek is minutia, then this is the wrong
Not
Star Trek movie
not
for
why I
you, as
watched
it
it.
spends very little
I
time
watched it
dwelling
because I like
on
Star Trek.
technobabble and far more on abstract and emotional
Again, I watched
Mm.
it because I like Star Trek. Very simple. There you go.
matters. Though admittedly, that is only my subjective opinion and experience based on the standards that I have deemed important and unimportant. Please simply bear in mind that the lens in which you are watching a piece of media and the values you have overlaid on that lens may be completely unimportant, even ludicrous, to others.
What a pretentious asshole.
Oh my god, I wasted 7 hours of my life. Holy fucking hell.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what to do now. I'm kind of just
Oh.
I got a headache. I feel numb.
Wow.
It's one thing when you watch it from EFAP, but to like actually experience the video, it's a different thing.
Yeah.
He said nothing
He said nothing for half an hour.
for half an hour. I
Chris nailed it. Like, and why did he like Generations?
don't know. He told me why I didn't like it, which wasn't accurate. He never addressed the problems I had with the movie, which I think are the biggest problems, kind of like personally. I don't. Oh no, my dude. My poor chat. They're just like, hey, what is happening? I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
Whew.
That was something.
Oh, that was something. I need a drink. I get why people drink during EFAP now. I get it.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was
I don't have anything more to say about that video.
No, I'm kind of wiped out.
Actually, because that completely drained me of everything. Perfect time to have company over. It's when you're
Yay.
completely drained of everything. There's just really the reason I say there's nothing more to say about the video is because I don't have anything else to say because nothing was said.
No,
In the
he gave a
video.
brief plot synopsis, said there's no such thing as objectivity. People like things for various reasons, and then he ended the video.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Maybe he mistitled it. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, there you go. It's all of you lovely people out there who
Wow.
dealt with us for 5 hours. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do the EFAP guys do it? I am mentally wiped out.
Yeah. I guess they've got a tolerance. We didn't even. Oh man. How? Lots of pain. Lots of temple pain. So yeah. I guess I should ask chat. Was anyone convinced
Yes.
about
Is Star Trek good actually?
Star Trek Generations? Is it
Oh,
good?
yeah,
Is it actually good?
I just did Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, Star Trek is good actually. Star Trek Generations is good actually. I was not convinced. There was nothing. There was no merit to any. He didn't. Actually, I can't even say there's no merit to his arguments. He didn't have any arguments.
Yeah.
Why was it good? He didn't explain why.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna go do stuff, I guess. I'm like brain dead. That was awful.
You're welcome.
Yep. Don't we have another? Are we doing another one next week? The 2009 one?
Oh, are we doing that next week?
Do you want to do that next week?
I'll get back to you.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if I'm working next week or not.
Are you kidding? You're not immediately free for bullshit. I'm kidding. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know what I'm doing next. I don't even know what I'm doing like in 13 minutes when people start showing up at my fucking door. I'm, they come in and there's like 4 Mike's Hard Lemonades around. They're like, what happened? It's like, I watched send help. Oh my goodness. All right. Holy shit. Yeah, see. Yeah. People are like, well, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I would put Generations as like probably the 3rd worst of the 10 actual Star Trek movies. So I think there are worse ones, and there are elements to the movie that I like. That's why it's not the worst.
I mean, at the moment, worse because the other ones are better. Really, that's what it comes down to. There are good elements, just not enough good elements to actually bring it even above motion picture for me. But yeah, so thank you everyone for coming. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Fuck English.
Oh man, we have several Brits in the chat.
That was fun. Fuck American English. There you go. Wait, we just insult. You know what? Fuck it. All right. Anyway, yeah. Thank you all for coming. Y'all have a good night or good morning if you're from the British lands of British. I don't know if I'm going to be on like anyone's stream this week. If not, then I will see y'all next Saturday. Woo!
Bye everyone.
Bye.